Chapter 337. The three heavenly venerables are indeed sinister and cunning. They've already started scheming against us, and there will be many more schemes in the future. It's good to be able to scheme against them this once. Jean Suebwa said cheerfully, back then, many of the patriarchs of the 72 mystical sects were actually schemed against by the three heavenly venerables. For example, the patriarch of the Tai mystical sect, Heavenly Lord Tai, was extremely powerful, but he was also harmed by the three heavenly venerables. The three heavenly venerables are the cancer of the world. If they don't die, the world won't be at peace. The three heavenly venerables have always claimed that they are the embodiment of the great Tao, that they are existences that split the world apart. Actually, they're just blowing their own trumpet. Many of the mystical sects don't respect them, but they're too weak. Liu Baiwei said, if we sow discord between the mystical sects and the three heavenly venerables, we might be able to get a good result. Come, lend me a hand. Zhuge said, we're far from being a match for the three heavenly venerables, so we have to hold back. Gu Chansha, Liu Baiwei, the fourth, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Jean Suebwa, and Zhuge worked together and infused their primordial spirit power and innate stellar energy into the life's wish sphere. In the core, Zhuge used some unknown method to detonate the banishing celestial talisman. It was unknown what was happening within the life's wish sphere, but started to expand violently, as though there was a burst of energy that wanted to destroy everything. Within that energy, three beams of light appeared. One was black, one was white, and the last one was resplendent like gold. These three powers represented parts of the restrictions of the three heavenly venerables. Gu Chansha said, the will of the three heavenly venerables wants to seize our life's wish sphere. I've already calculated it. Unfortunately, the life's wish sphere not only contains the North Star will, but also the power of the Death Protection Talisman. The Death Immunity Talisman is the axle. It can combine the three Empyreans' restrictions with the will of the North Star Empire. They can work together, oppose each other, and explode and shake each other. This is equivalent to the three Empyreans helping us. Zhuge said, in ancient times, the three celestials plotted against the previous Lord of Seven Stars. This time, I'm going to borrow the Emperor's power to use them a little. Rumble. The interior of the common people's wish sphere was completely filled with black, white, and gold light. Many of the array formations within seemed to be on the verge of melting. What the three Empyreans had secretly hidden within the banishing immortal talisman had finally been exposed. However, right at that moment, another burst of earth law erupted from the depths of the core. This law was the law of the earth. It bore the weight of all things and nurtured all living beings. This was the will of the North Star Empire. The North Star continent represented Earth. Earth did not refer to soil, but to nurture, to bear the burden, and to live on endlessly. The North Star Empire, the ancestor of all demons, was above the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The laws of Earth contained the laws of metal, wood, water, and fire. Water flowed on the earth, and there were also flames on the earth. The soil contained metal, and above the soil there was even wood. As soon as this law of Earth was born, it actually resisted the restrictions of the three Empyreans. However, as soon as the three Empyreans' restrictions sensed this law of Earth, they were like flies that had seen blood. They swooped over and transformed into a three-colored heavenly wheel, constantly grinding, wanting to completely refine this law of Earth. To the three Empyreans, the law of Earth was an extremely precious existence. If the three Empyreans' power could devour the North Star Empire's will, refine the law of Earth, and then fly back, they would most likely obtain a positive fruit that they would never be able to comprehend. However, how could the North Star Empires be so easily devoured? The law of Earth revolved violently, evolving into four other types of laws. The five elemental laws were complete, forming a giant millstone that was grinding the three Empyreans' restrictions and power. The North Star Empire's will itself was only a remnant soul. This remnant soul was very difficult to recover, but if it devoured the three Empyreans' restrictions, it might be able to recover a portion of its power. This was because the three Empyreans were powerhouses that had surpassed the 36 transformations and reached another realm. The power of this realm was indescribably mysterious, and it could be used to restore the North Star Empire. Therefore, when the two sides collided, they had to destroy the other side to obtain an opportunity. This was also something that Zhuge Yin needed to calculate. This chess piece left behind by the three Empyreans would never let the North Star Empires will go. The North Star Empires will also not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In an instant, in the most mysterious core of the Life's Will sphere, which was originally the core of the Sky Demon book, the battle had already turned heaven and earth upside down. It was as chaotic as cooking porridge, and the space-time inside was almost shattered. The banishing immortal talisman's own power couldn't disrupt space-time, but contained the three Empyreans' will. This power surpassed that of a sage. Suppress. Zhuge Yin suddenly waved his hand, and many ancient characters appeared. These characters were actually somewhat similar to the son of heaven's god-sealing art. They were actually divine abilities left behind by the previous Lord of Seven Stars. Everyone followed Zhuge Yin's thoughts and activated the Life's Will sphere. The power left behind by the Death Immunity Talisman was secretly activated. From the inside to the outside of the sphere, a domineering will that could distort the heavenly Tao immediately appeared. Jiang Gongwang, leave your unfulfilled wishes and will to me. I will avenge the three Empyreans' plot against you. Zhuge Yin suddenly formed a hand seal, as if opening a mysterious door. Instantly, everyone saw a mysterious light shoot out from the depths of space-time into the depths of his nascent spirit and sea of consciousness. These were the memories left behind by the previous Lord of Seven Stars, Jiang Gongwang. The previous Lord of Seven Stars was a profound schemer. Not only had he left behind vast memories in the depths of space-time, but he had also left behind a vast treasure trove for the next Lord of Seven Stars. By recruiting Zhuge Yin, the Calming Immortal Bureau had truly obtained an endless treasure trove. If they could really find the first Lord of Seven Stars treasure trove, it would be far better than obtaining the Heavenly Designer Institute. Right now, Zhuge Yin was only comprehending its mysteries and had obtained a few scattered memories. As his cultivation base increased, he would be able to obtain even more memories. Still, Zhuge Yin's cultivation base continued to climb. Your Highness, Princess, let's use our nascent spirits to meditate. Right now, the will of the North Star and the three Empyreans are fighting inside the sphere. Their memories will be branded into the sphere, and we can use this opportunity to obtain their secrets. Rumble. Everyone's psychic power merged into one, then seeped into the sphere. In the blink of an eye, countless memories flooded into their minds. They felt as if they could see the primeval age of chaos. The endless land floated through space-time, suppressing all heavens. It was the center of countless dimensions, and above it was the divine continent. Countless primeval beasts had fought against each other. The North Star had been born from the primeval Dragon Gate, and had been born with the natural laws of the earth. At the same time, the three Empyreans had been born. However, these memory fragments were fragmented and not very coherent. Nevertheless, everyone still benefited greatly from them. This was a different perspective, a deeper understanding of the natural laws of heaven and earth, various Taoist techniques, the endless land, and various space-time. Finally, some of the memories of the previous Lord of Seven Stars, Zhuge Yin, were transmitted into everyone's minds. Everyone had their own enlightenment. Even the tiniest fragment of these memories was a huge source of wealth. I've finally gained enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, Lu Baiwei devoured all of the memories, turning them into her own. Her body suddenly dissipated. Her golden core vanished, and so did her fleshly body. Instead, she transformed into a stream of magic power that glowed like the moon. Silver light flowed down like quicksilver. Lu Baiwei transformed into a bright moon, as if she had returned to her original state. She had originally been at the 19 transformations of the Tao realm and could change size at will. Now that she had broken through, she had transformed her golden core and fleshly body into magic power. Once her magic power was complete, she stepped into a whole new level. Any blade or sword, even ordinary iron, will become sharp after being imbued with spiritual energy. After being refined by connate astral energy, meridians would appear. After being refined by the nascent divinity, they would become magical treasures. But if they were imbued with magic power, they would become truly powerful objects and even change their own characteristics. For example, people with powerful magic power could directly change the structure of matter and turn ordinary iron into gold. This was what turning stone into gold was like. Only people with magic power could have such a realm. Lu Baiyue's astral energy, nascent divinity, and fleshly body were all really strong. The three of them merged into one and turned into magic power. That was really amazing and limitless. Her magic power turned into a bright moon that flew into the sky. She was really showing signs of being able to compete with the moon. Good! Princess Uefu has finally comprehended the secrets of magic power and reached the 20 transformations of the Tao realm. Zhuge said, "From now on, it will be tough for anyone to kill you." At the size manipulation realm, although one's body could be big or small, the main body was still there. If one's head was sliced off, one would still die. At the 20 transformations, one would be a ball of magic power that was tough to kill. How long? After Lu Baiyue broke through, her strength increased greatly. Her magic surged into the common people's wish ball and opened up many formations that usually couldn't be opened. The entire ball spun at a crazy speed, and the space around started to twist. From the depths of space and time, energy surged over. This was what it looked like when the Great Massacre God technique was activated to the limit. Although Gu Chansha had obtained so much knowledge, he still wasn't able to break through in a short time. He had to merge the nascent divinity and magic power in his body to form a golden core in his chest. This was a meticulous process, and he had to be careful. But now that so much knowledge surged into his consciousness, as long as he digested it, his control of the golden core would be even purer. In the future, the golden core he cultivated would be even stronger and the risks would be lower. Be it North Star Emperor, the previous Lord of 7 Stars Jiang Gongwang, or the 3 Celestial Venerables, Celestial Venerables Primordial Ancient, Celestial Venerables Putua, and Celestial Venerables Victorious Fighting. They were all people who had surpassed the 36 transformations. They were people who didn't belong to the 5 elements. As long as one obtained a sliver of their memories, normal cultivators would be able to change their way of thinking and step into a whole new realm. Chapter 338. Common People's Wish. Extinguish ambition. Protect the universe. Kill the traitors of the Tao. Zhuge, Gu Chansha, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Lu Baiyue, Jin Suebois, and the 4th worked together. Their cultivation base rose steadily. Countless explosions rang out from within the common people's wish sphere. It was as if stars had exploded, the earth split, and the seas dried up. Half a year passed. Finally, everything quieted down. Time is silent. Flowers bloom and wilt. A smile appeared on Zhuge Ye's face. My plan with the previous Lord of 7 Stars, Jiang Gongwang, has finally paid off. The 3 celestial sovereigns and the North Star will devour each other. With the power of the heavenly demon tome and the divine power of the death exemption talisman, this common people's wish sphere has a pure origin spirit. Now that we've branded it with our imprints, we can control this treasure. The 7 of them infused their soul imprints into the common people's wish sphere. Sure enough, there was an extremely powerful origin spirit inside. It had the aura of the North Star, the 3 celestial sovereigns, and even the ancient Lord of 7 Stars, Jiang Gongwang, as well as the Heaven Talisman Emperor in the Death Exemption Talisman. These auras combined to form a pure soul. It was like a newborn baby, without any thoughts. It needed someone to teach and nurture it. Gu Chansha and the others worked together to create the soul of the common people's wish sphere. At this moment, the common people's wish sphere had become a completely new treasure. It was no longer a combination of 3 treasures. It was like a person changing from 19 to 20. At this moment, the Milky Way whirlpool that had enveloped the ancient dusty sandland for hundreds of miles had all disappeared. Once again, the picturesque scenery of castles, manors, rivers, lakes, towers, bridges, shops, streets, and so on was restored. There was no longer anything strange. The common people's wish sphere had escaped into the space-time turbulence. It had become a true paradise. Guchen Shah and the others were inside the common people's wish sphere. The huge space was like another world. There were mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. It was as if they were in the primordial era. In the sky, there was even a huge sun shining down on the world. The great sun was the soul of the common people's wish sphere. Within the great sun, there were 7 indistinct figures. They were the sole imprints of Gu Chansha, Lu Baiwe, Zhugaya, the 4th Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Jin Suebua. The 7 of them held this unparalleled magic treasure together. We finally succeeded. Even if experts above Tao Realm Transformation 30 come, they won't be able to do anything to us. If we hide within, we will be perfectly safe. Zhugaya laughed heartily. From now on, our Celestial Tranquility Department's resources will be on par with any of the 72 arcane gates of the Immortal Tao. We won't be inferior to any of the sage clans either. When this treasure was first refined, there were many mysteries. It was equivalent to a small world. Lu Baiwe looked around. But if we want to use all of its power, it still won't be enough. That's only natural. Our cultivation levels are still low. You must know that the Book of Heavenly Demons is a treasure written and refined by many demon sages. Only by cultivating to the level of a sage can we unleash its full power, Zhugaya said. However, this is still not an ideal Dharma treasure. It will be difficult to deal with the future. I need to find the treasures left behind by Jiangongwang and merge them into this sphere. Then, I'll merge the Peerless Sky Book and Eternal Sky Book into it to increase its strength. I obtained the memories of North Star, Lord of 7 Stars, Jiangongwang, and the 3 Celestial Venerables. If I cultivate in this country, in just a few years, I'll be able to grow. The Black Tortoise was delighted. It might have been the luckiest Black Tortoise in history. If my guess is correct, there's an Azure Dragon in the Black Heaven Earth Gate. Or maybe there's an unhatched Azure Dragon egg, and the second prince has a White Tiger egg. Zhugaya said, after obtaining these 2 eggs and hatching them, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and North Star could be gathered in this common people's wish sphere. The laws are complete. Mr. Zhuga will be in charge of everything. Common people's divine generals, come out. With a thought from Guchen Shah, 360 common people's divine generals appeared inside the common people's wish sphere. These common people's divine generals were like ancient gods. They had vertical eyes on their foreheads, and they held 3-pointed, double-edged blades. Their armor glowed with auspicious light. It had been greatly improved. These common people's divine generals have changed so much. All of them have reached the 17th transformation of the Tao realm. They're just one step away from forming a golden core of the great Tao. Guchen Shah was shocked to discover this. They will be able to reach the golden core of the great Tao realm soon. Zhugaya said, they are already inseparable from the common people's wish sphere. This sphere is their mother, and when the mother level up, they will naturally level up too. In the future, planting and cultivation will be done in the world inside the sphere. The land inside is true spiritual land and celestial land. No matter what kind of spiritual herbs you plant or what kind of spiritual beasts you feed, it will be thousands of times better than outside. Guchen Shah had long discovered that the sphere inside the common people's wish sphere was split into 3 regions. One was the chaotic world, which was formed by the Heaven Demon Book. The second region was formed by the Buzhou Palace, which was a giant pool. Flames, ice crystals, and other energies flowed inside. As long as one threw materials in, they could create decent treasures and pills. The third region was formed by the Dragon Gate, which was also a tall door. Within the door, golden light shone, and it could raise one's talent. If a normal person entered the door, they would become a genius after coming out. However, this door's transformation was not limitless. Roughly one person could be transformed into a genius every month, and that was already very shocking. Gu Tanjian had relied on the power of the ancient dragon-nourishing pill to turn people into geniuses. Once the pill was gone, he would be powerless. And now, the common people's wish sphere was absorbing many mysterious energies in the world, combining and decomposing them into an endless stream of dragon-nourishing qi that could raise the talent of all living beings. In the future, this sphere in the chaotic flows of time and space could become the foundation of the calming immortal department. It could continuously produce all kinds of spiritual herbs, weapons, and armor. Only today did the calming immortal department truly have the capital to match the heavenly designer department. The heavenly designer department did not have such a powerful treasure. From now on, the calming immortal department's tax revenue from the immortal Tao will be refined by the common people's wish sphere, and its value will increase by at least tenfold. Even without the tax revenue from the immortal Tao, we can rely on this sphere to continuously extract energy from various dimensions, and then use the Grand Massacre God magic to combine it into matter. That way, we can create an endless supply of treasures. Gu Chensha understood the situation and was very satisfied. It's best not to create this sphere on a large scale, because it consumes a lot of energy. The most important thing is to accumulate energy, transform it, and reach a higher realm. Zhuge Ye said, right now, we can only plunder all kinds of natural materials and treasures from the outside world, and set up grand formations in the depths of the sphere to increase its power. We can't let the sphere do its work. That's right, Zhuge Ye said. Besides, we don't lack resources anymore. Lu Baiwen knew about this. Oh, right. Qinsha, you obtained the banishing immortal talisman and schemed against the three celestials. You'll have to be careful of their counterattack. I'll be careful, Gu Chensha said. Now that the sphere has been successfully condensed, I'm afraid that our crown prince will come and borrow the power of the sphere to increase his cultivation base, attempting to reach the 22 days of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. It's fine. This is what I promised him. And even if I help him ascend, there are benefits to it. I can collect this person's information and secrets, and from there, obtain information about the white tiger egg. Zhuge Ye smiled coldly. As a pawn of the three celestials, the second prince's value is far from being squeezed dry. Mr. Zhuge, you want to let the second prince go clean? The fourth laughed. No, I'm helping him break free from the three celestial shackles. That's what he thinks too. Zhuge Ye waved his hand. He definitely won't be willing to be a pawn of the three celestials. And now, he thinks that the world is his. He also wants to unify the immortal Tao and become the #1 great emperor in history. Now that I've done what I wanted to do, I'd better return to the demon realm of the Sin province. Gu Chensha looked at the sphere. It was a treasure he had painstakingly refined, and now it was connected to his flesh and blood. This sphere can already break through space-time and transmit its power down, making up for the touch of ghosts and gods in the Sin province. At the most crucial moment, this sphere can even descend into the demon realm and help me kill demon emperor-level experts. This is the fastest way to ascend. Zhuge Ye also agreed. The heavenly demon tree is a plunder method. It's the naked primordial demon path, where the strong prey on the weak and plunder everything. There's no morality or etiquette. Then I'll head over now. My goal this time is to kill the Skull Ash Demon Emperor, and even lure out the Skull Black Demon Emperor to help me kill him. With a thought, Gu Chansha actually appeared in the center of the Sin province, above the bottomless sea of Sin, in the crown of the heavenly demon tree. This was the ability to break through space-time and become seamless between two worlds. Back then, Grand Tutor Wenhong had used this method to teleport him to the vicinity of his fief. And now, the Life's Wish Sphere also had the ability to tear through space-time and teleport. It could be said that if Gu Chansha and the others hid in the depths of the sphere, even God couldn't do anything to them. At this moment, The tree that was the touch of ghosts and gods was becoming more and more dazzling. Under the absorption of its roots, all the demonic herbs withered and turned into its own nutrients. The demonic energy in the sky gradually thinned, and the earth stopped hatching. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the area around the Sea of Sin would be revitalized again. Zhuge Ye's incarnation was still sitting on it, but Lu Yu and the others were gone. They went to the demon realm deep in the seal to fight? Asked Gu Chansha. That's right. The demon realm is the best opportunity for the 5 of them to train. Their cultivation has improved extremely fast in the past 6 months, and they've already cultivated to the 17th change, said Zhuge Ye's incarnation. Chapter 339. Gu Chansha had never felt so emotional before. Everything felt like it had happened yesterday. In his land, he felt like half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. If he went into secluded meditation, he would have to spend dozens of years at a time. The world would have been turned upside down. It was normal to have such a mentality. It was normal for celestial cultivators to go into secluded meditation for hundreds of years. Although they had long lifespans, they knew more than normal people. They knew that time was not enough. Thinking about it, even experts who cultivated to the golden core, Tao level, could only live for 1,000 years. Each time they went into secluded meditation, they would die after dozens to 100 years. But apart from going into secluded meditation, they didn't dare to roam around and waste their cultivation time. If that happened, they wouldn't have a chance to live forever. To celestial cultivators, all worldly things were meaningless. Their life goal was to cultivate, to become stronger, to extend their lifespans, to break through to the next realm, and to live longer. For this goal, they could give up everything. Gu Chansha felt that there was nothing wrong with such a mentality. Death was like a lamp going out. Once one died, all their struggles, hopes, and hard work would turn to dust. Since ancient times, many famous kings and generals had been like the sun in the sky. Now, they had become dusty history books. Maybe not many people would read those words. So. At that moment, a beam of 5-colored light shot over like a bolt of lightning and landed on the treetop. Then, it settled down and turned into 5 people. It was Lu Yu, Mo Chao, Zhao Yang, Qian Zhen, and Zhou Bu. The 5 of them formed a seal. The seal was like a birdcage, and within the cage was a demon god the size of an egg. The demon god's upper body was human, and its lower body was that of a snake. It also had 6 arms, and it was facing a vicious woman. 6-arm snake demon, Tao realm, 19 transformation demon emperor. When Gu Chansha saw this demon, he knew its cultivation. The 6-armed snake demon's body was no weaker than a giant elephant. It was a strong existence among monsters, and its status was similar to that of the dark armor great demon. Now, that the 6-armed snake demon was the size of an egg, it meant that it had cultivated to the size manipulation realm. The fact that Lu Yu's group of 5 was able to suppress the 19 transformation 6-armed naga showed that their cultivation had reached an unfathomable realm. Gu Chansha looked at their cultivation. They were all at peak Tao realm, transformation 17, Tao splitting soul separation. Like him, they had formed 3 souls. They were using the 3 souls to mix their Xiantian energy and gather it in their chest meridian acupoint. They swallowed and spat it out, turning it into talismans to form a golden pellet. In addition to that, each of them had a magical law in their sea of consciousness. That was the magical law of the 5 seasons divine swords, which had fused with their nascent divinities. That meant that they could injure experts of the 20th transformation or higher, and that their sea of consciousness was extremely sturdy, making it very difficult for people of a higher level than them to injure them. If one's Dantian sea of qi was damaged, it could still be healed. However, if one's sea of consciousness was damaged, one's primordial spirit would be damaged as well. There was no hope of recovery. To some extent, the sea of consciousness was much more important than the sea of qi. When Lu Yu's group of 5 were at Tao realm transformation 15, each of them could kill an 18 transformation golden pellet great Tao expert. That was because they had fused their primordial spirits with the 5 seasons' divine swords. During this half a year, they had been cultivating on the touch of the ghost and god tree. They had also entered the depths of the demon region to fight. Under the guidance of Zhuge Ye's spiritual power incarnation, they had finally started to refine the magical law of the 5 seasons' divine swords. Along with the experts that they had brought back for the touch of the ghost and god tree, they had obtained some energy in return. Now, each of the 5 of them could probably fight evenly with a 20 transformation expert. If the 5 of them worked together, they could even kill a 20 transformation expert. However, even if the 5 of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Gu Qinsha. Both of them were at the same realm, but Gu Qinsha had gone through numerous transformations. His body was so special that even the bloodline of a god couldn't compare to it. Gu Qinsha could now fight evenly with someone at the 22 transformation of the Tao realm and a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Half a year ago, he had fought with the Skull Ash Demon Emperor, but the Skull Ash Demon Emperor couldn't kill him. Now, after half a year, he had obtained the memory fragments of the previous Lord of 7 Stars, Jiang Gongwang, the North Star Will, and even the 3 Heavenly Venerables. He had comprehended them all, and with the help of the common people's wish sphere, his cultivation had been further purified and transformed. He was now half a golden pellet. Now, there was already half a golden pellet spinning in the chest meridian in his chest. The power of the pellet was nourishing his entire body. As he breathed, his flesh and blood were gradually being transformed. His body was originally the Sun Moon Dragon body, which was one of the best supreme techniques in the world. Later, he had condensed the heavenly demon tree and comprehended some methods of the primordial chaos sacred body. Recently, he had obtained the North Star Will, Jiang Gongwang's memory fragments, and the 3 heavenly venerables' fragmented worldview. Although these things weren't cultivation techniques, to him, they were much better than cultivation techniques. For example, if he could feel the perspective of the 3 heavenly venerables and their thoughts, it would be the same as standing at the peak of countless space-time. Right now, Gu Qinsha's comprehension and perspective of the world were completely different. This broadened his mind and vision to a level that even a god couldn't compare to. He could use his Yuan Shun's Xiantian Gang Qi with ease and basically wouldn't make a single mistake. Condensing a Jindan was a delicate task. Billions of talismans had to be compressed, arranged in different rows, and maintained independent operation. This was thousands of times more difficult than dismembering a flea with a butcher's knife. The process was closely linked, and as long as a tiny talisman made a mistake, it would cause a chain reaction. Just like a spark falling into a sea of oil, it would turn into a raging flame, a sea of fire between heaven and earth. Since ancient times, countless shocking geniuses had died at this stage. Even geniuses could definitely form a golden pellet, but things were unpredictable. At the crucial moment of forming a golden pellet, they might meet an enemy, or the essence chi of heaven and earth would fluctuate. Many unexpected events would cause the structure of the golden pellet to fluctuate. They wouldn't be able to control the huge amount of energy and would explode into dust. Gu Qinsha was also at this crucial moment. Luckily, he was very meticulous. No matter how complicated the process was, it was smooth and there were no obstacles. Everything went smoothly. It was like the operation of the heavenly Tao, smooth and flawless. Lu Yu and the other 4 couldn't compare to him. Prince Qianzhen was the first to speak. We fought in the demon region and captured this 6-armed snake demon. It actually became a demon emperor. If I kill it on the spot, I will waste all my blood and bones. It is a good material for making treasures. Now it is up to you. The bones of a Tao Realm 9 transformation glass jade body were good materials for making treasures, not to mention the 19 transformation, which could be resized at will. Let the Heaven Path tree absorb this 6-armed snake demon. It can increase its strength by a lot, but that's it. Gu Qinsha looked at Zhuge Ye. Right? We need to use demons to deal with demons. This demon has a high status, so we can let it go and let it lure other demons to attack. Demons focus on using strength to break techniques. They aren't good at scheming. As long as we use some small tricks, we can attract a large number of demons. Zhuge suddenly waved his hand, and many talismans formed on the Heaven Path tree. These talismans entered the body of the six-armed snake demon. Slowly, the eyes of the six-armed snake demon became blurry. It crawled on the ground and kowtowed towards Zhuge. Go! Zhuge waved his hand, and instantly, a power sent the six-armed snake demon back into the demon region. After the common people's wish ball is formed, Mr. Zhuge can use the power of the ball. It seems like we have more confidence in suppressing the evil demon. Gu Chunsha could feel the power of the sphere even when he was here. Now, he could still move his mind, and the power of the sphere could break through space. It could even tear space apart. It was like Grand Preceptor Wen Hong's seamless technique of two realms. At this moment, Gu Chunsha felt that he had enough confidence in suppressing the demon region. Even if a demon emperor-level expert came, he would be able to kill him. Who knew how far away they were? But the power of the common people's wish ball could still rip open space. This was the power of a god. In truth, when the full power of the Heaven Demon Book was used, it exceeded that of a true god. After merging Buzhou Palace and Dragon Sect, the common people's wish ball's potential exceeded that of the Heaven Demon Book itself. As long as Gu Chunsha was within a certain range, he would be able to sense the common people's wish ball and let it rip open space to transmit its power over. He didn't know how far he had to go before he wouldn't be able to sense the ball. Lu Yu, the five of you follow me down to capture the demon. Gu Chunsha suddenly had an idea. Listen to my order. Lu Yu and the other four quickly knelt down on one knee and accepted the military order. They had been through many years of war, and military orders were like mountains. They were completely trained to obey Gu Chunsha's orders. Even if they were die, they wouldn't frown. Zhuge nodded and didn't object. He continued to circulate his power and let the tree absorb all kinds of free energy from heaven and earth to accelerate its growth. However, ever since this tree evolved into the touch of demon and god, its progress was very slow. Even after more than half a year of growth, there didn't seem to be any fundamental improvement. This was because this was the most crucial step, the evolution from the touch of demon and god to the heavenly demon tree. This last step of evolution was thousands of times harder than the previous evolutions. Of course, this was also the reason why the touch of demon and god didn't absorb any souls or flesh in the past 6 months. If it could absorb endlessly, the evolution wouldn't be so slow. Although Lu Yu and the other four fought in the demon area and killed monsters to feed the tree, it was still a drop in the bucket. There were many experts and monsters in the demon area. If they were not careful, they would be trapped. The 5 of them had to be careful and didn't dare to be reckless. Therefore, I didn't gain much. This time, Gu Chunsha entered the demon area to plunder the essence, chi, and spirit of the monsters in the battle and turn them into nutrients for himself to condense the gold core. To condense the gold core, he needed a large amount of primordial spirit and gang chi. It was too slow to cultivate by himself. Using the primordial devil path and the demon path's plunder technique was the fastest. Moreover, he had already comprehended the unity of good and evil. Naturally, he had many ways to avoid the disadvantages of the plunder Dao. Swoosh! He and the 5 of them hid themselves and went deep into the demon area. At the place where the demon area and the bottomless sea of sin were sealed, several large nether iron fortresses were built within a radius of thousands of miles. After these nether iron fortresses were built, large arrays were set up. They constantly absorbed all kinds of devil chi and brewed into a large attack power. Gu Chunsha looked deeply and found that the core of each nether iron fortress was a huge pool. It was the purgatory blood pool. The rolling devil chi was as thick as ink and was the source of energy. It was also mixed with a lot of blood and resentment. Shrill screams that sounded like purgatory could be heard from time to time. Chapter 340. There are too many nether iron fortresses here, and there are many experts. If we move around here, we will be attacked by them all. Lu Yu and the other four said to Gu Qinsha, "Let's go around to the back and intercept the experts." That's right. Gu Qinsha immediately understood that there were probably some demon overlord experts here. It was already good that he wasn't discovered. He sensed and realized that he could still use his mind to sense the common people's wishball. He instantly relaxed. The six of them quickly left the demon monster dense region. After flying for who knew how long, the depths of the demon region became desolate. Not only was there black demonic energy everywhere, but there were also grasslands and swamps where demon herbs grew crazily. There were also many ancient skeletons and ancient ruins. One could see many ancient battle scars left behind by numerous celestial and demon wars. Since ancient times, when the demons of the demon region fought with the monster race, it was the monster-demon war. When they fought with gods, it was the god-demon war. When they fought with celestials, it was the celestial-demon war. The demons born in the demon region were born to fight and kill. "Prince, there's a group of demon soldiers there." Qianzhan pointed ahead. Gu Qinsha noticed long ago that there was a group of ox demons advancing. There were roughly 3,000 to 5,000 of them, and the one leading them was an ox demon general with 7 changes in cultivation. This ox demon general would sometimes fly and circle in front. Sometimes it would land and walk. It was obvious that its Xiantian earth energy wasn't enough to support flying for long. The 7 changes in Tao realm required one to form an energy field around one's body, allowing one to fly. This was a crucial step. However, due to the limited Xiantian earth energy, one couldn't fly for long. Gu Qinsha's body suddenly charged out. Right above this group of demons, his Xiantian earth energy covered them. Instantly, they all turned into a ball of blood mist. He didn't refine them, and instead used the sun and moon sacrifice. The Emperor God sealing techniques sacrifice technique. At the start, he had the heaven sacrifice talisman, and the target of his sacrifice was the heaven path. Now, without this talisman, he couldn't connect with the heaven path. However, he had something he could sacrifice. That was the common people's wish ball. The power and potential of this sphere actually surpassed that of a true god, so sacrificing was not a big deal. The essence of sacrificial offerings was actually a channel for buying and selling. The Son of Heaven's God-sealing art's sacrificial art allowed one to quickly open a passageway, making it so that the process of the sacrificial offering wouldn't be affected at all. Gu Qinsha sacrificed himself to the orb of people's hope, not to obtain anything, because he himself was a part of the orb of people's hope, and this treasure was forged by him. He was using the sacrifice to open up some of the mysterious energy within the treasure, perfecting it, and at the same time, reducing the consumption of the ball. For example, when he was in the demon domain, his perception of this treasure was not as clear and sensitive as when he was outside. If he went deeper into the demon domain, he might not be able to sense this treasure. Moreover, this treasure could cut open space and transmit its power down, which consumed a lot of energy. Gu Qinsha had opened the sacrificial passageway to make up for and strengthen his perception. Altar. Gu Qinsha's primordial spirit moved. A primordial spirit flew out and activated the power of the primordial spirit. Immediately, the surrounding nether iron ores and nether jade turned into an altar that was about an acre in radius. When he was at Tao Realm Transformation 9, he was able to shape mountains and turn them into palaces. Now that he was at Tao Realm Transformation 17, he was many times stronger than before. This was why he was able to create huge scenes in the demon domain. This altar wasn't big, but it was really exquisite. After the demonic energy was removed, it gave off a holy aura. After these 3,000 to 5,000 minotaurs were killed, the soul blood ball floated above the altar. Gu Qinsha suddenly punched forwards. He used the sun and moon sacrifice technique to open up a passageway. In an instant, all the soul blood balls disappeared. They passed through a specific passageway and entered the main area of the common people's wish ball. At the same time, in his fief, Zhugeya's true body, Lu Baiwe, Old Four, Jean Subwa, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise the 6 great existences, since the fluctuations within the sphere of the life's wish. Suddenly, 3 to 5,000 blood essences and souls appeared and were absorbed by the sun hanging at the top of the main body space. In the inner world of the life's wish sphere, the eternal great sun was the location of the sphere's origin spirit. This essence spirit was the spirituality of Dragon Gate, Bujo Palace, Heaven Monster Book, the memory fragments of the 3 celestial venerables, Go-Chen's remnant soul intent, many ancient god bee souls, Aunt Hu's essence spirit, and even the power of the death immunity talisman, as well as the power of the essence spirits of the people from Calm Celestial Department. Many gigantic existences fused together to form the elemental spirit of the people's wish sphere. The power of this essence spirit surpassed that of a true god. It was precisely because of this that the Calm Celestial Department had the capital to contend with the profound immortal Tao sects. Wonderful. Zhuge Yu was the first to sigh. Your Highness, you really have a marvelous idea. You use the art of sacrifice to create an altar in the demon realm and offer souls to the common people's wish ball. That way, the power of the ball can spread throughout the demon realm, replenish the ball's energy, and accelerate its evolution. That's what the gods like. All gods like to offer sacrifices because it's the fastest way to improve. Even the heavenly Daos like to offer sacrifices. Lu Baiwei pondered for a moment, then seemed to understand something. Zhuge Ye tapped his finger slightly, and a picture appeared in front of him. It was the demonic zone where Gu Chansha was located, and the area within a radius of thousands of miles was vivid in his eyes. Furthermore, the will of the common people seemed to be able to break through time and space to transmit its power over, and that was because of the altar. As long as there was an altar, it could strengthen the connection, and sending power through space would consume very little energy. Gu Chensh's altar in the demon realm was the same as expanding the common people's wish ball's horizons. However, after the altar was built, it had to be offered frequently. Otherwise, it would lose its power and gradually lose its effectiveness. Back in the day, the barbarians had slaughtered their way into the borders and bathed several counties in blood. They had built altars and communicated with the gods in an attempt to open portals and send their armies over. It was Gu Chansha who had destroyed the altar with a sea-splitting thunderbolt, then captured the divine emissary and turned him into Yiming. Because of that, Gu Chansha had a very deep understanding of the Tao of sacrifice. Most of his cultivation had come from offering sacrifices to the heavenly Daos. I can build an altar in the demon realm and use it as the center to expand the Calm Celestial Department's strength. There are so many devils in the demon realm, and they're so strong and rich in souls that they're perfect for the common people's wish ball. The demon realm is a treasure trove. Gu Chansha calculated in his heart. Your Highness, in this altar, my cultivation speed can recover rapidly. Originally, our abilities would be somewhat restricted in the demon realm. Lu Yu and the others breathed on the altar. There was no devil chi surrounding them, and they could also feel some of the power transmitted by the common people's wish ball. The most crucial point of your cultivation now is to condense the 18 transformations Great Tao Golden Core. This core is the combination of the primordial spirit and innate stellar energy, and it requires a large amount of spiritual chi to replenish it. If you kill devils and refine them directly, there will likely be devil chi left behind, which will be detrimental to condensing the golden core. If the common people were scattered and farmed on their own, then the production of food would be very low. But if the official organized the common people to open up canals, divide the land, and mediate disputes, then the production of food would greatly increase. This was the power of order. Chapter 341. After explaining a few things to Jin Suebua, Gu Chansha sent him to reorganize the immortal Tao. As an elder of the everlasting celestial sect, he had a wide network of contacts in the immortal Tao. After joining the Celestial Pacification Department, the task of contacting the immortal Tao was handed over to him. If it weren't for him, the Celestial Pacification Department would probably still be struggling. Jean Suebwa was a very profound person. Originally, Gu Chansha, Lu Baiwe, and the Fourth Black Tortoise didn't trust him very much. They just wanted to make use of him. Later, Zhuge came to the Celestial Pacification Department and saw through Jean Suebwa's foundation at a glance. He personally negotiated with Jean Suebwa to help him break away from the Peerless Scripture's control and become the Lord of 5 Stars. Only then did he truly become the Celestial Pacification Department's right-hand man. Until now, a part of Jean Suebwa's primordial spirit could also control the Life's Wish sphere. He was of one mind with the Celestial Pacification Department, so there was no room for separation. With Jean Suebwa's current aptitude and strength, he could definitely accomplish many great things. Many of the second and third-rate profound immortal sects also had hidden treasures. These treasures might not even be recognizable to them, or they might even be fragments of ancient treasures. If these things could be excavated and analyzed by the Life's Wish sphere, it could also strengthen the power of one's body. Heavenly Demon Tree, Touch of the Divine and Demon. At this moment, the touch of the divine and demon tree growing on the bottomless sea of sin suddenly began to shrink. This was the work of Zhuge Ye's dermic incarnation. Since Gu Chansha had already set up an altar in the demon realm, there was no point in planting the touch of the ghostly tree here. The best choice was to transplant it into the world's wish sphere and use it as a tree to stabilize the world and adjust the environment within the sphere. It would also help the world squirm, allowing it to better absorb various types of energy from the outside world, allowing the world to grow faster. Finally, the touch of the divine and demon tree turned into a small sapling and flew into the hands of Zhuge Ye's dermic incarnation. Then, with the tree in hand, he flew into the sky. In fact, he could borrow the power of the Life's Wish sphere to instantly break through space-time and reach the interior of the sphere. However, doing so would consume a lot of the sphere's energy. He was still in the stage of meticulous planning, and the sphere was still in its growth phase. It was best not to consume too much energy, since it had just condensed. Therefore, he could only choose to fly back. Fortunately, the magic power of this incarnation was also extremely strong. It could absorb spiritual energy and convert it into magic power, so its speed was not very slow. Not long after, he crossed the vast lands of the Great Yonko and arrived at Gu Chencha's fief. He entered the Life's Wish sphere and merged with his true body. Then, with a toss, that little sapling flew out again, taking root at the center of this world. The touch of the ghost and God tree grew once again, blotting out the sky and turning into a huge shade that covered a radius of hundreds of miles. Furthermore, its roots were deeply embedded into the soil. The world inside the sphere of Life's Wish underwent many changes. The vital energy became more stable, and the wriggling speed in the depths of the space-time turbulence outside sped up. This tree itself was a peerless treasure that could change the world and adjust vital energy. If this tree was transplanted into the Life's Wish sphere, it would complement each other, and it could further purify the world within the sphere. One tree, one world, one tree. Mr. Zhuge's care is really exquisite. Gu Chansha could clearly sense what Zhuge Ye was doing from the demon region altar. He felt that his connection with the Life's Wish sphere was getting closer and closer. Just at that moment, a large number of demons appeared in the distance, and they all surged towards the altar. Gu Chansha could vaguely see the 6-armed snake demon behind the demons. Zhuge Ye had placed a seal on the 6-armed snake demon so that she would lure other demons to their deaths. After the heavenly demon tree was taken away, Gu Chansha had built the altar and was about to head out to hunt demons. Now that the demons had come to him, it was obvious that this was another of Zhuge Ye's plans. Human cultivators actually dare to build an altar in our demon region. Demon Emperor Baame, you actually managed to find a few pieces of meat. At that moment, the demon army in the distance noticed Gu Chansha and the altar, as well as Lu Yu and the other four. A few demon emperors conversed with the six-armed snake demon. The six-armed snake demon's real name was Demon Emperor Ba Mei. In the demon region, anyone with snake attributes was the descendant of the Tanri Ba Mei god. This was why they called themselves Ba. Demon Emperor Xiedu. These human cultivators are truly gutsy. However, their bodies contain extremely strong essence, blood, and souls that will be of great nourishment to us. Demon Emperor Ba Mei pointed at the altar and said, "Let's attack together and capture these humans. How about we split their souls and bodies?" Okay. Demon Emperor Xie Wu's body was covered in bloodlight, and he looked like a skinned blood man. His main body was a blood corpse, and after being nourished by demonic energy, he turned into an evil demon. He was really strong and similar to Demon Emperor Ba Mei. He was also at the Tao Realm 19 transformation and could change his size at will. Demon region didn't bring anyone stronger than him. That was because in the demon region, if one worked with someone stronger than oneself, that person would be swallowed up. There were no laws in the demon region, and the strong ate the weak. It was a law of the jungle. The Eros demon monarch's 30 to 40,000 subordinates were all temporarily subdued. There were ox-headed demons, horse-faced demons, winged demons, flame demons, and so on. The subordinates of the Xiedu demon emperor were all elites. They were all darkness armor, great demons with wings that allowed them to fly. In fact, they even had weapons made of darkness iron. There were many runes on those weapons that gave them incredible killing power. Because of that, Demon Emperor Xie Wu looked down on Demon Emperor Ba Mei. Kill. Energy surged around Demon Emperor Xie Wu's body, and he shrunk to the size of a fist. The energy turned into a blood-colored rainbow that swept towards the altar. But before he reached the side of the altar, the stars around him shone, and a cage appeared. This cage imprisoned him within, directly above the sacrificial altar. Lightning come. Gu Qinsha waved his hand, and Xiantian energy shook, forming a giant lightning bolt in the cage. The lightning shook. Demon Emperor Xie Wu didn't even have time to cry out before he was killed. Sacrifice. Then, Gu Qinsha used the sun and moon sacrifice skill to sacrifice the Demon Emperor to the common people's wish ball. A Tao Realm 19 transformation Demon Emperor was something he could casually kill like crushing an ant. After killing Demon Emperor Xie Wu, Gu Qinsha didn't attack. Instead, Lu Yu and the other four flew out. The five of them worked together, and instantly, a five-colored light formed a 10-mile giant whirlpool that sucked all the monsters in. Then, the whirlpool flew to the altar. Lu Yu and the other four started to sacrifice according to Gu Qinsha's method. Their sacrifices were much slower than Gu Qinsha's, but they were gradually beginning to show results. Tens of thousands of monsters were sacrificed, and then a gentle power passed through space and time to descend upon their bodies, causing the embryonic gold cores in their chests to become even more stable. This was the power from the common people's wish ball. This power could strengthen their chest acupoints and make the golden core formation process smoother. Gu Qinsha sacrificed to the common people's wish ball, but he didn't want any power. That was because he was a part of the ball, and sacrificing it was the same as sacrificing himself. King, if this continues, we will be able to form the golden core soon. Lu Yu and the other four finished their sacrifice and carefully felt the power within. Not bad. As long as you continue to kill monsters to sacrifice, not only can you strengthen the power of the ball, but you can also purify the god bloodline in your bodies. It will increase your talent and cultivation, making it easier for you to break through. This is a win-win situation. The relationship between God and man is a trade and also a balance. It is like the imperial court and the people. The people give their resources to the imperial court, and the imperial court provides them with good order and maintains production. They also gather the resources and do many things that are beneficial to the people. This is the relationship between God and man. Gu Qinsha was suddenly enlightened. The people who hold great power in the imperial court can change the fate of the people with just a word. Aren't they as powerful as gods? Faith, sacrifice, fate, son of heaven energy. So that is the case. Everything is so simple. The cycle of the heavens and the difference between man and God is just like that. Gu Qinsha felt that his spiritual sense had expanded like never before. In the depths of his consciousness, endless Yuan Shun power surged. All of a sudden, his spiritual sense was born again. He could now multitask 300,000 times at a time. A long time ago, he could multitask 100,000 times at a time. However, as his cultivation and realm increased, he could gradually multitask 150,000 times at a time. Now, he suddenly understood the Tao of God, the Tao of the imperial court and the people, which was the Tao of order, the Tao of circulation, and the Tao of yin and yang. His spirit had actually doubled in strength. With such a huge spirit support, Gu Qinsha's speed of forming the golden core doubled. However, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the infernal area was tainted with the demonic nature and needed to be purified. This was much more difficult than cultivating outside. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would not be able to absorb the demonic qi in the infernal area. If they absorbed even a little, they would be demonized and become an existence that was neither human nor ghost. From then on, they would lose their sense of self and become a complete demon. The six-armed snake, Demon Ba, Charm Demon Emperor, was trembling with fear. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. Go, bring more demons over. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. After you have made enough contributions, I will cleanse you of the demonic qi. Then you can go to my fief to cultivate, repair bridges and roads, and accumulate good deeds. Only then will you be able to get rid of your identity as a demon and be accepted by the calming immortal department. The six-armed snake Demon Ba, Charm Demon, hurriedly left. Those fiend subordinates were naturally sacrificed by Lu Yu and the others. This time, the Life's Wish sphere has benefited greatly. It actually understood the Tao of God and the secret of the Son of Heaven energy. Gu Qinsha looked at the pitch-black infernal area silently. Suddenly, he felt the aura of some demon god experts. Chapter 342. Among the demon race, there were many powerful demons that far surpassed humans. Since ancient times, demon god-level experts have been plentiful. However, there were very few high-level combat power, such as those at the sage level. That was because the demonic nature was not orthodox and did not conform to the order of heaven and earth. Beyond the realm of 36 transformations, beyond the 3 realms, and beyond the 5 elements, the demon race could never reach it. Since ancient times, the demon race had never produced experts at the level of the 3 celestial venerables. The characteristic of demons was that there were many mid-level and high-level experts, but there were no top-notch experts. In fact, it was the same for humans who cultivated demonic arts and evil techniques. They could achieve very quickly in the early stages, but the risk of qi deviation increased greatly in the later stages, and it was basically difficult to reach the highest realm. Even so, if a demon god-level expert came, he could kill Gu Qinsha at any time. Even if the common people's wish sphere could sense him at any time, it was still very dangerous. If he was inside the sphere, he would not be afraid of being killed by a demon god-level expert. However, he was in the demon domain, and it was very easy for a super expert to cut off his connection with the sphere and kill him. However, the good thing was that a part of his soul imprint had merged with the sphere's primordial spirit. Even if he was killed, with the help of Zhuviya and the rest, he could use the sphere's power to revive. However, his vitality would be greatly damaged, and his cultivation would be reduced by 90%. Moreover, it would probably take several years or even decades for him to revive. After a few decades, the world would be in turmoil, and there would be nothing left for him to do. You guys guard the altar here. I will enter the depths of the demon domain again. Gu Qinsha had comprehended the secrets of man and God. The power of his primordial spirit had increased from 150,000 to 300,000, and his strength had more than doubled. Now he could even kill a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth expert. Yes, Lu Yu and the rest naturally obeyed. They cultivated and refined what they had obtained from the sacrifice inside the altar, and it would take them a lot of time to consolidate their cultivation. With the altar as the center, there was no demonic chi in a radius of 2 to 3 acres, so they could cultivate and absorb spirit chi to recover. The spiritual chi absorbed in the infernal domain was rich in demonic chi, but the altar seemed to have a filtering function. In this way, the altar became a supply point. Gu Chencha's sea of consciousness and sea of chi had their own independent space. They were condensed by the grand sacrifice of the heavenly abode. The astral energy and primordial spirit power in his body were boundless and vigorous. In the demon area, he did not need to replenish them. Aside from that, he had also obtained many cultivation methods of the Maha suppression scripture, so it was normal for him to convert demonic aura into nutrients. As soon as he left the altar, the demonic energy swarmed over, wanting to invade Gu Chencha's body. However, a huge black sun appeared behind his head. As it rotated, it created a vortex that sucked in all of the devil chi. The demonic energy became a kind of fuel for his Maha Black Sun spell. The Maha Black Sun was a profound technique in the Maha suppression scripture. It absorbed demonic aura and turned it into a black sun. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could also be used to fly, set up formations, kill enemies, protect oneself, and prevent demonic aura from invading one's body. This was created by the King of Gods, the Maha God. Gu Chencha had obtained a more or less complete technique from the Skull, Ash Demon Emperor. Now that he could control it with his primordial spirit power, it was a piece of cake. Not only did the demonic aura in the demon area not invade his body, it was even absorbed by the Maha Black Sunday. Countless demonic auras surged into the Maha Black Sunday. In a short period of time, the area around Gu Chencha turned into a vacuum. It was a scene caused by the demonic aura being sucked out and the surrounding demonic aura not being able to replenish it. The Maha Black Sun instantly expanded and enveloped Gu Chencha. The dense demonic aura condensed and turned into a black crystal. Outside the black crystal was the Maha Black Sunday. It was rumored that it could incinerate all sins. Although the Maha Black Sun was a technique, it also contained a method to refine artifacts. The material was demonic aura. First, the demonic aura was compressed and turned into a demonic crystal. Then, it would turn into demonic flames on the outside. The more demonic aura it absorbed, the more powerful it would be. If one cultivated this technique for a long time, they could even extract the demonic aura in their body and turn into the path. At that time, the Maha Black Sun would turn into a demonic statue. In fact, the Maha suppression scripture that God Maha created had many techniques. Most of them were techniques to turn the demonic into the path and turn evil back to the right path. From this, it could be seen that although God Maha was the king of evil gods, he was not evil. On the contrary, he was a righteous god. Gu Chencha got Lu Yu and the others to guard the altar while he entered the depths of the demon area to explore. This was so that when a few of them left, the altar that he had built with great difficulty would be destroyed. It must be known that the altar was built in the demon area. It was like a torch in the darkness, attracting demonic beasts. However, it was too much of a waste of time to wait on the altar. Therefore, he took the initiative to enter the depths of the demon area to find an opportunity. Although the depths of the demon area were dangerous, and according to ancient records, cultivators would definitely die if they entered it. However, there were treasures everywhere. In the past, some immortal Tao mystic sects liked to send disciples who committed crimes into the demon area to suffer. Many disciples died there, while some disciples had a fortuitous encounter and survived in the demon area. Then, they walked out of the demon area and took revenge on the immortal Tao mystic sects. In the tens of thousands of years of history of the immortal Tao, there were a few such examples. Other than that, there were many treasures in the demon area. He wanted to try his luck and sharpen his combat techniques so that he could cultivate the golden core of the great Tao faster. The demon area was vast and borderless. Most of the places were filled with rotting blood swamps and vicious demonic grass plains. There were also pitch-black mountain ranges. It was extremely boring and far from the green mountains and rivers of the land of infinity. After staying in the demon domain for a long time, as long as there was a chance to leave, even a small town's smelly ditch or stable would feel like a paradise. This was especially so in the world. Everything was gray, and there was not a single clear day. Living here for a long time without being able to see the light, one would indeed go crazy and become hysterical. Gu Qinsha left the altar that he built and headed forward. On the way, he killed some demonic beasts, but he didn't meet any experts. He didn't build another altar. Instead, he sent the essence, blood, and souls of the demonic beasts into the black Mahakasayapa to increase its strength. As he entered the depths, he felt like he had lost contact with the common people's wish sphere. Instantly, that feeling of loneliness, disappointment, and being exiled from the world rose up in him. However, this was the feeling that Gu Qinsha wanted. He knew that being exiled in the demon area was also a form of training. He felt that before he reached the golden core of the great Tao, the potential of his primordial spirit could still be improved. Now that he could multitask 300,000 times, he might even be able to raise it to 1,000,000 times. Before the 18th Tao realm transformation, the stronger one's primordial spirit was, the better. If one could multitask 1,000,000 times, then one's talent would be close to that of a saint. That way, the golden core he formed would be abnormally strong, and it would help him walk further on the path of cultivation. Gu Qinsha's way of thinking was different from ordinary cultivators. He had even more memories than the Black Immortal Tao sect leader. The will of the North Star Empire, the memories of the three Celestials, and the fragmented memories of the previous Lord of Seven Stars, Jiang Gongwang, were enough for him to digest for a while. At the same time, he learned about cultivation secrets that countless experts, and even gods, didn't know about, especially the news about divergence. Divergence were people who comprehended a law that surpassed the heavenly Tao and broke free from the restrictions of talent. They could break through the laws and reach a higher realm. The Black Cosmos sect leader, Chong Weiyang, was rumored to be a divergent. Gu Qinsha had obtained the memory fragments of the three sky venerables, so he had a deeper understanding of this realm. He could vaguely sense that talent was a kind of restriction that the heavenly Tao placed on people. Even the Lord of Seven Stars, Zhuge, with his talent, could only reach the 36 Tao transformations. It was impossible to jump out of the three realms and reach another realm outside of the five elements. Only divergence could reach this realm. This was similar to the real world. In the real world, if a commoner wanted to be promoted, he had to take the imperial examinations. He went from the lowest Tong Sheng to elementary scholar, high scholar, and grand scholar. As for high official positions, one had to be a grand scholar. If one compared it to cultivation, official positions were equivalent to realms. Tong Sheng elementary scholar, high scholar, and grand scholar were equivalent to talent. Only with enough talent could one cultivate to a higher realm. If a commoner didn't pass the imperial examinations, he would never be able to become an official, unless it was, suddenly, two words jumped into Gu Qinsha's sea of consciousness, and that was rebellion. If a commoner rebelled, he could become an emperor. If a cultivator rebelled, what could he do? If a commoner took the imperial examinations and became an official, he could at most become a prime minister or marquis. It was impossible for him to become an emperor. This was decided by the system of the imperial court. If a commoner rebelled, although it was dangerous and had almost no chance of success, if it succeeded, it would be the will of the heavens. Suddenly, Gu Qinsha seemed to have grasped something. His common people heaven-mending technique was originally comprehended from the lives of ordinary people. Now that he had comprehended the secrets of cultivation from them, it was normal. He had always believed that the imperial court, the commoners, and the order of the heavenly Tao were inseparable. In such a lonely environment like the demon region, Gu Chansha seemed to have broken through some kind of mental shackles. He recalled all the things that had happened since he started cultivating and comprehended them. He seemed to have grasped some key points of divergence. If I become a divergent, then it is equivalent to comprehending something and breaking through. I won't be restricted by talent. Gu Chansha grasped some key points, but he was unable to comprehend them. However, he wasn't anxious at all. How could it be so easy to become a divergent? He didn't think about reaching the heavens in one step. For example, if a commoner wanted to rebel, he could become an emperor. That was just wishful thinking. Chapter 343. Talent had nothing to do with one's cultivation realm. It was just a restriction that the heavenly Tao placed on one. As long as one broke this restriction, even a fool could ascend to the highest realm. The core of Gu Chinch's common people mending heaven art was that if the heavenly Tao was lacking, it would be filled by common people. This meant that even a rock in the mud could become a bright star in the sky. Liu Baiyu's common people mending heaven art was even more radical. It meant that the heavenly Tao was wrong. This was already very close to becoming a divergent. Gu Chinch's cultivation of these two arts complemented each other like the flow of yin and yang. He had already grasped that mysterious feeling. Although it was impossible for him to become an extremely rare divergent since the beginning of time, he had grasped some of its essence. As his cultivation improved, his vision broadened, he gained more knowledge, and he accumulated more experience. It was not impossible for him to become a divergent. No wonder Chang Wei-Yang from the Universe Gate dominated the Immortal Path Gate. Even the Heaven-Earth Gate couldn't do anything to her. If I become a divergent, I have a chance to surpass the 36 transformations and become someone on the level of the 3 heavenly venerables. Gu Qinsha pondered again. The Immortal Path Gate and the 3 heavenly venerables have a deep conflict. It's just that the 3 heavenly venerables are too powerful, and the Immortal Path can't do anything to them. Chang Wei-Yang hasn't reached the heavenly venerables level, so she can only endure. Becoming a divergent didn't mean that one would immediately become an expert on the level of the 3 heavenly venerables. One still had to bitterly cultivate, and the process of cultivation was even more difficult. There were many tribulations, natural disasters, and man-made disasters. Sometimes, even the people around them would be affected. This was equivalent to the traitors in history. If there was a slight mistake, their entire family would be killed. After becoming a divergent, they became even more terrifying. They were not tolerated by the heavenly Taoists. In the records of ancient times, divergent were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, those that surpassed the 36 transformations and jumped out of the 3 realms were even rarer. In the primordial desolate era and the primordial era, there were some divergent who died during tribulations. It seemed that in the limited historical records, the only divergents who could transcend beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements were the 3 great Empyreans. Apart from them, there was also the possibility that God Maha had transcended. It was also possible that he was still at the peak of the 36 transformations. Even the ancient Xing Qiong clan, even though it tore apart the heavens and earth, still suffered a tribulation. Its body split apart and was suppressed in all directions. This could also be considered its death. As for the Celestial Talisman Emperor, many acknowledged that he wasn't a divergent, but an even stronger existence. It was true that divergents were strong, but they weren't strong enough to suppress the heavenly Tao. Divergent, Xingqiong, divergent Xingqiong clan. Gu Qinsha thought about it again. Now I have a goal and direction. It'll help me perfect my mortal life heaven-mending technique. When Zhuge obtains all of the Lord of 7 Stars' memories and legacies, I'll be able to peer into Jiang Gongwang's thoughts. Perhaps I'll even be able to learn how he fought the Xingqiong clan. Gu Qinsha always felt that the Xingqiong clan was a hidden danger. Now that Wu Dangkong had obtained the heavenly sacrifice talisman, he would definitely learn the Son of Heaven's God sealing technique. Only then would he be able to save the Xingqiong clan. Moreover, the Great Might dynasty was eyeing the overseas territories. With a saint-level expert like the Black Yellow Dragon Emperor, it was very likely that he already knew the Xingqiang clan secrets. True sages could sense the workings of heaven and earth. Their thoughts could see through the past and the future. They could even use their spiritual power to peer into the past and comprehend the deepest secrets of space-time. Some ancient secrets were no secret to sages. However, sages were too strong. They were bound by the heavenly Tao and couldn't do as they pleased. They couldn't even exist forever. They could only merge with the Tao and become part of the laws, merging with heaven and earth to strengthen the order of the heavenly Tao. Occasionally, they would show their sacred spirits. In the land of infinity, the only saint-level experts were Li Wanlong, the Black Heaven Earth Sect's sect master, the Black Yellow Dragon Emperor, and the Barbarian Saint. Apart from them, there might be some hidden existences. However, these four saint-level experts seem to have remained in the world because of some great change. They didn't choose to merge with the Tao. In Gu Qinsha's Sea of Consciousness, his essence spirit was completely enlightened. In the depths of the demon domain, his body was wrapped in the black Maha Sunday. He was constantly absorbing demonic chi to form a black sun. Inside were demonic crystals with runes. On the outside were black flames. Within the flames, a demonic statue was about to be born. As for those demonic crystals, after continuously absorbing demonic chi and turning them into black flames, they had already started to become pure and transparent. They even showed a glazed luster. This was the transformation of demonic chi into spirit. The demonic chi in the demon domain was filled with violent energy. It was the demonic energy that was formed after spiritual chi was polluted. As for the Black Maha Sun technique, it used a special technique to circulate and vibrate. It extracted the demonic nature of the demonic chi as fuel, leaving only pure spiritual chi. Therefore, in the depths of the Black Maha Sun, the demonic chi that had its demonic nature extracted turned into a layer of spirit crystals. As Gu Qinsha's essence spirit compressed it, the spirit crystals started to show a glazed luster. After that, a thin layer of purple was born. This was the characteristic of an immortal crystal. When a cultivator was from 1 to 19 transformations, they mainly absorbed spiritual energy. After reaching 20 transformations, all the soul, flesh, blood, and energy would turn into spiritual power. At that time, absorbing spiritual energy was far from enough, and one had to absorb celestial energy. However, only when one reached 20 transformations would one have the ability to directly absorb celestial energy. However, the Great Massacre God technique could allow one to absorb celestial energy at a low level. The theory was through a special thought frequency to communicate with the wills of the various dimensions, allowing celestial energy to leak down. Then, it would merge with the energy of other dimensions to form a type of essence energy that could be absorbed by the human body. If not, if a low-level person absorbed celestial energy, they would explode right away. That year, the Black Tortoise baby injected a bit of celestial energy into Gu Qinsha's body. Even with his terrifying sun-moon dragon body, his meridians were nearly damaged. As long as spiritual energy was compressed to the extreme, it could be turned into celestial energy. However, a huge amount of spiritual energy was compressed by experts, and only a small amount of celestial energy was formed. If Gu Qinsha wanted to form a golden core, he needed to continuously extract essence spirit and Xiantian energy to merge with his Dantian. This consumed a lot of life essence. But in the demon region, it was tough to communicate with the celestial dimension. Once celestial energy was contaminated by demonic energy, it would be really hard to get rid of it. So, why not break down the demonic energy here and turn it into spiritual energy before refining it into spirit crystals? Unless Gu Qinsha cultivated the 20 changes, concentration, dispersion, impermanence, and dermic power, it would be a piece of cake for him to move about freely in the infernal domain. Now, he could only do it bit by bit and carefully. Actually, when he cultivated in the endless land, he could use the common people's wish ball to absorb more, and his cultivation speed will be thousands of times faster than now. But in the demon region, he could calculate bit by bit and experience the difficulties of being a cultivator. That was the only way he could train his state of mind. For generations, the immortal disciples who were banished to the demon region had an even tougher life. That was because they did not know the Maha Black Sun technique and did not have a strong foundation like Guchen Shah. Guchen Shah sat quietly in the depths of the demon region and dissected the demonic and spirituality in the demonic energy. He could almost understand the fundamental nature of a human being in this world. Newborn babies were pure at first and had no good or evil. But as they grew older, they would be tainted by the mortal world and all sorts of strange things would be born. Wasn't it the same for spiritual energy? In the demon region, it would turn into demonic energy. But in the endless land, it would maintain the nature of spiritual energy. The endless land also has the mortal world. It is inevitable that spiritual energy will be tainted in the land and not pure. With a single thought, Guchen Shah comprehended the nature of spiritual energy. Instantly, some black mist seeped out from his consciousness, chi in all his orifices. This was the impure and turbid nature of the spiritual energy that he had absorbed over the years in the endless land. With that, his essence spirit was truly pure like the void, untainted by a single speck of dust. If he were to continue cultivating like this, he might truly have the chance to come into contact with the laws of the heaven and earth. Shing! Just then, without any warning or warning, a sword beam near the Maha Black Sun that Guchen Shah was cultivating and slashed out. The killing intent of the sword was concentrated and it moved stealthily without a trace. It only burst forth when it reached the side of Guchen Shah, bringing with it an undisguised killing aura and an unforgettable hatred. That sword was imbued with powers. Clearly, it was an expert of 20 transformations and above that had come to ambush him. In that instant, the sword had already slashed through the Maha Black Sun and ripped apart the inner layer of crystals. It was about to destroy Guchen Shah's body. Guchen Shah had yet to cultivate the golden core of the Great Path, nor had he mastered the 19 transformations. His physical body was relatively weak. If his physical body was slashed while his essence spirit could escape, it would be difficult for him to find a suitable physical body, and he might never be able to reach the golden core of the Great Path. One had to know that while one could reincarnate in a corpse at 16 transformations, no matter what body it would not be as compatible as the original body and soul. Moreover, Guchen Shah's body contained the sun, moon, dragon blood, and even the power of time and space. The moment his physical body was slashed, his connate astral chi would dissipate into the world as well. That was because there was no dantian to store it. Guchen Shah's body flashed as his essence spirit and connate astral chi surged out of his body to push him to dodge. He was like a willow in the wind, gentle and ethereal. He had comprehended so many things, so how could he be ambushed so easily? The sword landed where he had been, and the ground within dozens of miles was turned to dust. Jing Fanxing, you actually came to the demon region to kill me. It must have been tough on you. Guchen Shah looked at the sword in the air from afar. The sword floated in the demonic energy, and no one was holding it. But then, the sword changed and turned into a human shape. It was Jing Fanxing. Chapter 344. In the 22 transformations of the Tao realm, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, humans could not only transform into swords, but they could also transform into rocks, trees, animals, and so on. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. This was a true transformation technique and not an illusion. Instead, it was dermic power that changed certain laws and had the ability to create. However, this transformation was not permanent. After the transformation, one's dermic power would be constantly consumed. If one's dermic power was used up, they would not be able to maintain the transformation and would return to their original appearance. For those who first stepped into the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth realm, the transformation technique was very short. For example, Jing Fanqing could only transform into a sword for dozens of breaths. This sword was called the Mystic Demon Subduing Sword. It was very profound. At the start, one could only use one stellar energy to condense sword energy to break through demons. But when one cultivated to the highest realm, one would be the sword and the sword would be one. Especially after cultivating to the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth realm, one could transform into this sword. It was simply an assassination that could be done with a single thought. If not for the fact that the Mystic Demon Subduing Sword's secret technique was a transformation of the ancient demon subduing blade from the Black Heaven Earth Gate, and the demon subduing blade was Gu Qinsh's earliest weapon, he would be very familiar with it. Because of this, he managed to escape a sure-kill attack in that instant. Originally, with his current cultivation, he was not afraid of experts of the 22 transformations of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. This time, he had entered the demon realm to kill the Skull Ash Demon Emperor. However, Jing Fanqing's cultivation was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had obtained some kind of secret technique. At the same realm, he was much stronger than the Skull Ash Demon Emperor. Gu Qinsha was not surprised. He already knew a certain secret of the Black Heaven Earth Gate. The Black Heaven Earth Gate was the #1 sect in the immortal Tao since ancient times. The magic treasure that ensured the light of providence was a gate. This gate was also called the Black Heaven Earth Gate. Although it was not as good as the Primordial Dragon Gate, it was also a top-notch supreme treasure. It even surpassed the current Life's Wish Sphere. This was because this treasure was a connate item that was born from the primordial tree. As for the Life's Wish Sphere, it was refined postnatally. Even the Book of Heaven Demons contained within it was actually refined postnatally by the sages of the demon race. The sages of the demon race were many realms lower than the primordial tree. Thinking about it, even the sages of the demon race and the sages of the primordial tree were unable to use it. The 3 Empyreans were also unable to pluck the ripened primordial tree fruit. Furthermore, he was plotting to obtain the fruit plucked by the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. From this, one could see how terrifying the connate numinous treasure born from the primordial Meng tree was. Jing Fanqing had entered the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth and was being nurtured by a saint-level expert. In addition, there was an ancient azure dragon in the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth. His strength was not inferior to a saint-level expert. Such a foundation far surpassed the current Calming Xian department. However, the Tranquil Immortal department had great potential. As long as he fought for time, in 100 years or 200 or 300 years, Zhuge Yu would become a saint more powerful than the Black Sect of Heaven and Earth Sect leader and the Azure Dragon combined. I can't kill you. Jing Fanqing's attack had failed. The hatred in his voice could practically destroy the demon's domain. I was captured by you last time. At that time, I had already mastered the 18 transformations Great Tao Golden Core Realm. Such a great enmity cannot be washed away even if the world ages. You assassinated a king of the imperial court. This is a crime punishable by death. Gu Qinsha looked at Jing Fanqing calmly. But it's no wonder. You entered the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth to cultivate and receive guidance from the ancient Azure Dragon. You stimulated all your potential and reached the 20 transformations Great Tao Golden Core Realm in a short period of time. But in the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth, this kind of cultivation is forbidden because it distorts time. One day of cultivation in the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth is equivalent to several months of cultivation outside, or even several years. If my guess is correct, you were greedy for power and eager for revenge, so you cultivated in there for a few more days. As a result, hundreds of years have passed. This way, your lifespan has been reduced by almost half. So what? Jing Fanqing looked at Gu Qinsha with a venomous gaze. Even if I die tomorrow, I will kill you. You can't kill me. Gu Qinsha's body shone with the light of the sun and moon. This was the power of the core deep in the chest center meridian. Core power was a combination of the Yuan spirit and earth energy. Its strength was above the Yuan spirit power and below spiritual power. It was a transitional realm. The main use of core power was to nourish the body, comprehend the Tao, increase lifespan, and prepare to condense spiritual power. Although this realm was transitional, it was indispensable. It was a bridge that connected one to the Tao and laws. Although Gu Chansha hadn't cultivated the 18 transformations' great Tao golden core, he was at the peak of the 17 transformations. He had accumulated a lot of core power in his chest center meridian. Now that he activated it, its power was limitless. Originally, it was very dangerous for people who hadn't cultivated the golden core to use the immature core energy in their chest center meridian. If there was a slight mistake, the core energy would go out of control and their bodies would explode. Even if they could control it, it would be unavoidable that the golden core structure would weaken and all their previous efforts would go to waste. Normally speaking, when one cultivated to the peak of the 17 transformations Tao, splitting soul, it was best for them to go into secluded meditation and not fight with others. This was the most difficult part of their cultivation journey. Once they succeeded, their lifespan would increase by 2 times. Tao Realm, 9 transformations Glass Jade Body, and 17 transformations Tao, Splitting Soul, didn't increase lifespan by much. That was 300 to 500 years. Breaking through to Golden Core would take at least 1,000 years. Doubling lifespan was like giving one a chance to be reborn. It was really precious. On the long path of cultivation, one could only increase their chances of longevity through continuous cultivation. It wasn't possible to become immortal once one reached a certain realm. Even the gods only lived for tens of thousands of years. They definitely wouldn't exceed 100,000. Although Gu Chinch's control was strong, he had used up a lot of his Dan Qi. But this time, he had made up his mind to kill Jing Fanxing in one fell swoop. He would use him as fuel to gain enough energy to advance to Jindan of the Great Path. Jing Fanxing's spiritual power was 2 to 3 times that of the Skull Ash Demon Emperor. This was the power of the Black Heaven Earth Gate and the Green Dragon merging. Gu Chansha wanted to form a golden core, but it was no small matter. Even if he used up all his primordial spirit power and Xiantian energy, he would only be able to form a sliver of core energy. So, to form a golden core, he needed to empty his body hundreds of thousands of times or even millions of times. This was an extremely complicated, long, and dangerous process, especially when it required a large amount of energy to support it. If it was any other cultivator, they wouldn't need such a huge amount of energy. But Gu Chinch's golden core was formed from the merging of the common people, men the heavens, and the heaven-changing Tao techniques. These 2 Tao techniques were variants of the Emperor's God sealing technique and the Great God slaying technique. One became a god, the other killed a god. Combining the 2, it was enough to form a powerful golden core that had never been seen before. It was very difficult for such a golden core to appear, but if it did, it would shake heaven and earth and shake the universe. Moreover, by killing Jing Fanxing, Gu Chansha could use the common people's wish sphere to deduce the secrets of the Green Dragon and even the secrets of the Black Heaven Earth Gate itself. To him, this was also a great benefit. Jing Fanxing had already broken the laws of the country by assassinating him. He wanted to see what the Black Heaven Earth Gate could do to him. If the Celestial Tranquility Department did not challenge the authority of the Black Heaven Earth Gate, not many immortal sects would be willing to submit and pay taxes. You actually used your own core chi. How reckless. Don't you know that you should be hiding and accumulating energy? From the 17th to the 18th transformation, when you start to condense core chi, it is the most dangerous time. If I didn't know that you were weak at this time, why would I come and kill you? Jing Fanxing moved, walking over step by step very carefully. Gu Chansha frowned. If it was just Jing Fanxing, he wouldn't care. However, he seemed to sense that there were other experts hiding nearby. That's right. When one condenses core chi, one's cultivation is the most unstable, and one is the weakest. Even if no one disturbs you, you will suffer chi deviation and lose control, not to mention using core chi to fight. Furthermore, you probably won't be able to sense that treasure in this demon domain. Just at this moment, another man walked over. This man wore a large scarlet robe and a scarlet crown. He was a middle-aged man with an extremely dignified appearance. His aura was like that of the Lord of the immortal Tao, holding great authority. Even the most ordinary person would feel that this person held supreme authority when they saw him. Scarlet Cloud Sect's Grand Elder, Xiaoyan. Gu Qinsha recognized him. He had seen this person before. During the battle for Buzhou Palace, this person was one of the strongest, but he had been stopped by Duke Shichou. He also remembered Jean Suabe's introduction of this person. He said that this person was one of the true leaders of Scarlet Cloud Sect. He was in charge of one of Scarlet Cloud Sect's 9 great celestial palaces, Flame Cloud Palace. He himself was a genius who had entered Scarlet Cloud Sect 300 years ago and reached the golden core of the Great Tao 150 years ago. The last time Xiaoyan had appeared in Buzhou Palace, it had been close to 5 years. At that time, he was above the 20th transformation of Tao Realm. At that time, Gu Qinsha was only at the 6th transformation of Tao Realm. At that time, he couldn't see through Xiaoyan's realm, but now he could see through it. Xiaoyan was at the 21st transformation of Tao Realm, turning his body into the 5 elements. He was about to reach the 22nd transformation, the phenomenon of heaven and earth. No wonder he was the Grand Elder of Scarlet Cloud Sect. The 18 golden cores of the Great Tao were the absolute core strength of the Celestial Path sects. They were like officials in the imperial court, the governor of a province. Those who reached the 20th transformation, gathering and scattering impermanence, were like officials in the imperial study room, in charge of the core matters of the imperial court. There were very few people who reached this realm in any Celestial Path sect. The ones who reached this realm were those in the middle, like those below the 6th or 9th transformation of Tao Realm. Very good. Scarlet Cloud Sect is going to rebel. Gu Qinsha stood with his arms by his side. Rebel. Another voice spread out and a Taoist appeared. This Taoist was covered in red energy and his eyebrows were like swords. His eyes were sharp and his body was really domineering. Who knew how many battles he had gone through to develop such an aura? This Taoist hatred towards Gu Qinsha was even thicker than Jing Fanqing's. Gu Qinsha recognized him. He was also an elder of Scarlet Cloud Sect, Wangji. This was a typical case. He was dragged out by Heaven Talisman Emperor from the depths of Scarlet Cloud Sect and was forced to do labor for 3 years. Under the supervision of the Iron Blood Marquis, he repaired roads, built houses, planted crops, mined, saved people, etc. Now that 3 years had passed, this elder was released and returned to the sect. Elder Wangji finally came out to take revenge against such humiliation. Chapter 345. Elder Wangji had a reason to hate Jing Fanqing more than him. Jing Fanqing was only locked up for a short period of time before Heaven Earth Sect's Elder Qin Yao, who was the Heaven Talisman Emperor's senior sister, took a piece of green dragon god wood and saved him. Gu Qinsha used the green dragon god wood to refine the heaven repairing god general, and his cultivation increased by a lot. He also used the heaven sacrifice talisman to sacrifice the intent left by the Heaven Earth sect leader to deduce his own common people heaven repairing technique. He had squeezed out all of Jing Fanqing's value. Elder Wangji was forced to serve as a slave for 3 years. He was ridiculed by the people of the world and the people of the immortal Tao. One could say that if he didn't wipe out the great Yonko and kill the Heaven Talisman Emperor, he wouldn't be able to raise his head. So it is Elder Wangji. Gu Qinsha laughed. You served 3 years of labor. My original intention was for you to cultivate painstakingly, to possess a compassionate heart, to turn evil into peace, and to improve your cultivation. This was done with good intentions, but you actually treated it as a humiliation. It seems like it will be difficult for you to advance further on the path of cultivation. Elder Wangji's cultivation was also at the 21st transformation of the Tao Realm, 5-element body. Elder Wangji gnashed his teeth and said, "You've got a sharp tongue, kid. I won't kill you today, but I'll make you suffer the pain of refining your soul. In the end, I'll turn you into the most ferocious demon and send you out to harm the living." I'd like to see what Gu Taxian's son thinks about killing his people. Gu Qinsha didn't bother about him and looked to the side. Brother Gu Hua, you can come out too. As expected, a person walked out. It was actually Gu Hua, who had ambushed Gu Qinsha many years ago and had his golden pellet snatched away. This person was a core member of the Great Wei dynasty and was a few ranks higher than Bao Ming. At this moment, not only had Gu Hua recovered, but his cultivation had also increased. His body was covered in star power, and he seemed like the incarnation of disaster. I didn't expect Brother Gu Hua to have his gold core taken away by me and lose his cultivation. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise. He comprehended the profound meaning of disaster and obtained the reincarnation of the star of disaster. Gu Qinsha discovered that Gu Hua's cultivation was actually higher than Jing Fanqing's. He was also at the 22 transformations of heaven and earth, but his transcendence, energy, and aura were clearly superior, as if he was about to advance to the 23 transformations. Gu Hua created his own 9 calamities and changes supernatural power. He had survived the disaster of Gu Qinsha seizing his Jindan, which was equivalent to surviving a disaster. Naturally, his understanding of the divine ability had deepened. Of course, once a golden core was taken away, it was basically impossible to recover. If one relied on their own strength and did not have a fortuitous encounter, they would be nothing but trash. Strength was strength. Once it was taken away, one would still have to painstakingly cultivate again. Fortunately, Gu Hua had the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor behind him. He was a sage-level expert, so everything could be easily resolved. Everything was thanks to the Emperor. If not for the Emperor, even if I understood more profound mysteries, I would still be useless now. The Emperor that Gu Hua mentioned was not the Heavenly Talisman Emperor, but the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor. Brother Qinsha's eyes are sharp. I did indeed find the person who reincarnated as the bane of existence. Then I seized his profoundness and integrated it into my body, making it even more perfect. This way, not only did my cultivation completely recover, but I also improved by leaps and bounds over the years. The blow that Brother Qinsha dealt to me previously turned into a good thing. Originally, I did not want to take revenge on Brother Qinsha, but the Emperor's orders cannot be disobeyed. I could only reluctantly leave Brother Qinsha in this demonic domain today. Very good. The 4 of you combined forces indeed have the qualifications to kill me. Gu Qinsha's gaze slowly swept across Jing Fanqing, Xiao Yan, Wang Ji, and Gu Hua. Among them, Jing Fanqing and Gu Hua were both at the 22 transformations of heaven and earth, while Xiao Yan and Wang Ji were at the 21 transformations of 5 elements. If Gu Qinsha were to deal with Jing Fanqing alone, he could use his ever-changing techniques and experience to kill him. But against the 4 of them combined, it would be extremely dangerous, and he would almost certainly lose. Jing Fanqing was blinded by hatred. Although he was strong, he might not be able to unleash his full strength, so there was no need to fear him. Gu Hua was more terrifying. This person had his own Tao and created the 9 calamities transformation. Moreover, he was unusually free and unrestrained. With his current cultivation level, even in a one-on-one battle, Gu Qinsha might not be able to do anything to him. Very good. From the looks of it, the mystic immortal Tao and the Great Wei dynasty have joined forces? Gu Qinsha looked at the situation and had already guessed something. The great Yonko court has committed a crime and has disturbed the order of the 3 realms. The Gu family harbors evil intentions and intends to enslave the people of the divine prefecture forever. We, the immortal Tao, have already come to an agreement. We will capture the entire Gu family, and when the Great Wei dynasty enters the divine prefecture, they will forever be reduced to slaves and prostitutes. Apart from that, your group will first be locked in cages and paraded around the world. Xiao Yan said in a venomous tone, "That's right. The Great Wei dynasty strives to rule and has the aura of a king. They can enter the divine prefecture, while the Gu family will forever be the lowest of existences. Destroying you would be letting you off too easily. Only by humiliating you forever can I resolve the hatred in my heart. A scarlet longsword appeared in Elder Wang Ji's hand, and it emitted the aura of blood, fire, and lava. This sword seemed both demonic and immortal, and without even looking, it was obvious that it had great killing power. A bunch of lunatics, and you still have the nerve to call yourself the immortal Tao. Gu Chansha shook his head and was too lazy to say anything more to these people. Since you want to surround and kill me, then do it. I want to use you to break through to the next realm. He suddenly dashed forward. With a wave of his hand, countless rays of light turned into lightning that filled the sky and exploded towards the four of them. Don't let him advance. Force him deeper into the demonic domain and make it so that he can't sense the sphere. Gu had clearly received guidance. Suddenly, a magic treasure flew out. This magic treasure was a dazzling galaxy, and it was set up in the sky. It blocked all of Gu Chinch's attacks, and at the same time, blocked the direction in which Gu Chansha was advancing. Now, Gu Chansha could no longer sense the common people's wish sphere. If he wanted to sense it, he would have to go to the altar that he had built or return to the bottomless sea of sin and the passageway where the seal of the demonic domain was broken. The people who were trying to kill him seemed to know this as well. If he can sense the sphere and borrow the power of the sphere, we won't be able to deal with him. Jing Fanqing knew this better. He once again transformed into the mystic demon, subduing sword, and suddenly slashed. But Gu Chansha suddenly retreated in the sky, full of rays, and actually fled deeper into the demonic domain. He wasn't prepared to fight. The vast demonic domain was free for him to run. He had to create an opportunity in the escape route to kill these people. If he was completely surrounded by the four of them, he would fall into a situation of certain death. He actually fled without fighting. I thought he was very powerful. Xiaoyan's body turned into a five-colored rainbow, and he directly chased. The five-colored rainbow was formed from the five elements of magic power: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At this realm, one's magic power could turn into five forms, and they would twist and twist together. The five elements would cycle, and one's speed would be so fast that they didn't need any magic treasures. In many ancient immortal Tao books, it was recorded that immortals suddenly turned into a five-colored rainbow and left. This was the realm. This time, the four experts surrounded Gu Chansha, and all of them were experts of this level. They were afraid that Gu Chansha would escape. The 21st transformation of the five elements cultivators would transform into a five-colored rainbow. They would borrow the earth to create water, water to create wood to create fire, fire to create gold, and gold to create earth. They would circulate and push each other, and the five elements and five energies would circulate to the limit, allowing them to travel thousands of miles in an instant, or even 10,000 miles. Gu Chinch's speed wasn't slow either. He circulated his yuan spirit, used astral energy, and harmonized the core energy in his body. He wrapped himself in a black sun, and as he absorbed the demonic energy, he avoided fighting the four experts head-on. When he flew, there was a drawback, and that was the friction with the atmosphere would reduce his speed. Fortunately, he had comprehended many ancient techniques, and he could reduce the friction to the minimum. But when he flew, it was far less convenient than the four experts. Magic power in itself was a power that surpassed astral energy, yuan spirit, and core energy. Gu Chansha was several realms away from them, and it was a difference between heaven and earth. No amount of comprehension could make up for it. Just like in the real world, even if a person was knowledgeable and talented, he would not be able to defeat a stupid county magistrate. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Chansha cultivated the most terrifying cultivation techniques in the world, the son of heaven god sealing art and the great god slaughtering art, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt any of the four. The four followed closely behind, like maggots on a bone, and wouldn't let go. Gu Chansha circulated the core energy in his body, and the consumption was quite intense. Let's see how long he can escape. Elder Wang Ji sent out a thought. He's dead for sure. He hasn't formed his golden core, and he dares to consume his core energy like this. He's destroying his own foundation. Before forming his golden core energy is extremely precious, and using a bit of it is equivalent to using his life force. That's right, this kid also knows that this is a life and death situation, and he can't care too much. Xiao Yin immediately replied, "We just need to be careful and chase him deep into the demon territory. The deeper the better. This person is stupid. If he fought with us from the start, we might have some reservations, and he might even drag one of us down with him before he dies. But now we can't do anything. As his core energy is consumed, he'll become weaker and weaker. You have to know that the golden core is the price of sucking out one's life force countless times. Once it's consumed, it's almost impossible to recover." That's right, this person is desperate. A cruel smile appeared on Jing Fanqing's face. He won't be able to hold on for long. As long as we see his speed weaken, we'll immediately attack and prepare our killing technique. We'll definitely succeed. It's a pity that we have to use such a method to kill him. Elder Wang Ji frowned. If we could capture him alive and humiliate him, that would be good too. Don't worry, this kid won't really die. We have a way to turn him into a demon. Xiao Yin laughed sinisterly. This is part of our plan. If this kid doesn't turn into a demon and start a massacre, how will we have an excuse to let the Great Wei dynasty take over the Divine Continent? Chapter 346. Gu Qinsha fled. He didn't look like he was in a bad state. He activated the core energy in his body, and as he flew, he merged the core energy into his bloodline and modified the various acupoints in his body. This was a secret technique that the last Lord of Seven Stars, Jiang Gongwang, had comprehended. It was called the Scattered Pill Soul Nourishing Technique. It was a small technique, but it was very practical. At the crucial moment of cultivating the golden core, one didn't rush it. Instead, one gathered the core energy to a certain level and used it to nourish the body, spreading it into the acupoints to strengthen the foundation. The golden core technique was to first empty the body's foundation and form a golden core. Then, one would use the power of the golden core to improve the body and strengthen the acupoints. From there, one's body would be strong enough to reach the size manipulation level. But this way, when the golden core was formed, the body would be really weak. When Jiang Gongwang saw this, he comprehended the technique. Before this, he wasn't in a rush to form the golden core. Instead, he stabilized the foundation and took his time. Moreover, Jiang Gongwang's technique was really profound. He had seen through the secrets of the heavens and knew which acupoint to nourish first and which to nourish next. There was a secret technique. Gu Qinsha made use of the immense pressure from the four of them surrounding him to nourish himself through battle. As he fled, he cultivated this method. The gathered danqi spread throughout his body, gradually creating a powerful force in his flesh. His body contained the power of space and time, which flowed in his bloodline. Now that he activated it with the core energy, it gave rise to a strong absorption ability. While fleeing, his body became like a black hole, sweeping away all the demonic energy within dozens of miles. The demonic energy once again merged into the Black Maha Sunday. The demonic energy didn't turn into a demon god, but a pagoda. This was the Sky Demon Pagoda. The current situation was that Gu Qin's sandbag was wrapped in a black sun. In the center of the sun, there was a transparent purple color. It was the spirit extracted from the devil chi and turned into immortal chi, and the pure devil chi turned into the heavenly devil pagoda. The Heaven Demon Pagoda technique was also an ancient demon Dao, and the Maha Hell Suppression scripture recorded it. Last time, Gu Qinsha killed a Dao Realm 18 transformation Great Dao Golden Core demon, which was absorbed by the 7-colored demon vine. That demon was good at the Heaven Demon Pagoda. After absorbing his soul and memories, Gu Qinsha had also learned this technique. Later on, he had been imparted by the Skull Ash Demon Emperor and perfected this technique. When he activated it in the demon domain, its might would multiply. He kept absorbing the spirituality in the devil chi to replenish himself, and the devil chi that was broken down turned into the Sky Devil Pagoda. Sky Demon Disintegration. Every time the four of them were about to surround him, a few demonic shadows would fly out from the heavenly Devil Pagoda formed by his demonic nature. They would rush towards the four of them and suddenly explode. Although they couldn't cause any harm to the four of them, they could slow them down. Damn it, this little bastard's devilish techniques are actually profound, and he's like a fish in water within the devilish territory. He absorbs devilish chi to strengthen himself, and he's even refined devilish chi to attack us. If this goes on, then it really might be possible for him to escape. Elder Wang Ji couldn't help but stamp with rage when he was unable to injure Gu Chunsha repeatedly. It is okay, he is just at death's door, Jing Fanqing said. Right now, he's using up his core chi to escape. Core chi can only be condensed by combining the nascent soul and stellar energy. Unless he has a great medicinal pill, he won't be able to continuously replenish it. Otherwise, absorbing it like this in the demon realm will be like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. If my calculations are correct, he'll be completely spent in a few days. I am just afraid that we will alert the experts in the demon domain, and it will be hard for us to follow the plan. Gu Huo was a little worried. This is also part of our plan. If we meet an expert, I will use the sect leader's talisman. That devil might not take the risk of offending our Black Heaven Earth sect. We can scare him away. Jing Fanqing seemed to have many trump cards. That's good. Gu Huo nodded his head. We will surround this kid and not let him escape from our control. He seems to be gradually escaping according to the route we've calculated. If we force him into a corner, we'll make it so that he has nowhere to run and we can do whatever we want to him. Xiao Yin was still very confident. If we want to catch this big fish, we will have to put in a lot of effort. Gu Huo nodded his head. I didn't expect a small 17-stage Dao Realm person who hasn't even formed his golden core to be so tough to deal with. The four of us are all at higher realms than him, and normally speaking, I can kill 10 17-stage people alone. But he can actually deal with the four of us. If I face him alone, after chasing for a long while, Elder Wang Ji was shocked. If you face him alone, then you will definitely die. Gu was really shocked. This kid was only at Dao Realm Transformation 7, and he captured me. I was at Transformation 18. He used Xuanwu's power, but when I fought him alone and used formations, I was actually unable to refine him. The gap between Dao Realm Transformation 7 and 18 is huge. You actually can't refine him. Wang Ji was more and more shocked. This kid has huge potential. No wonder Emperor Gu Taxian is nurturing him. We can't let him live, and he has to die. The four of us are working together, and we are considered to be one of the higher-ups in the celestial path. If we still can't kill this kid, then where will our face go? Xiaoyan didn't believe it. The four of them hollered and weren't afraid of alerting the experts in the demon region. Within Gu Chincha's land, Zhuge Lu Baiwe, the fourth Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, and Jin Suebo were still cultivating and providing power to the common people's wish ball. At this moment, within the demon region, Lu Yu and the others were killing demons and sacrificing them to the common people's wish ball. They surrounded Gu Chincha's sacrificial altar. As the number of sacrifices increased, countless devil creatures were absorbed. Gradually, the sacrificial altar began to emit a vast amount of divine power. Originally, the large amount of faith that Ant Who built was stored in the Heaven Monster Book. Now, it is all being refined by the ball. Zhuge, you could see what was going on in the demon region. In the demon region, he could see Lu Yu and the others fighting the demons. Many demons were killed and sacrificed to obtain energy. They injected it into their bodies and refined it into core chi, which was brewing in their bodies. To them, the demon region was an extremely good place to train. Not only could they increase their combat experience through killing, but they could also cultivate various mystic arts to nourish the common people's wish ball. I wonder how Chunsha is doing. He entered the depths of the demon region to cultivate alone and was actually sensed by the common people's wish ball. Lu Baiwe was a little worried. There's no need to worry. Zhuge pondered for a moment. Your Highness wants to condense your golden core and comprehend the great Tao. There will definitely be tribulations, but with your intellect, you will definitely be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. Tribulations are opportunities. Blessings and misfortunes are closely related to blessings. However, I have to help your Highness. What did Mr. Zhuge divine? Jin Suewa asked. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Zhuge said, there are sages scheming against me. If I say something, I'm afraid the sages will know. Whoosh! Mana rushed out of Zhuge's body and condensed into his incarnation. This incarnation walked out of the common people's wish ball and suddenly hid itself. After a few dozen breaths, she arrived in the sky above the capital city, in the imperial concubine Ming Palace. The imperial concubine floated in the sky and was surrounded by many restrictions. Originally, it was impossible for him to sneak in. However, he had absorbed an aura from Lu Baiyuez, as if the emperor himself was here token, which allowed him to pass through the imperial concubine Ming Palace unimpeded. Zhuge entered the imperial concubine Ming Palace, which was where Wu Dankong lived. He saw Wu Dankong sitting in the depths of the palace, breathing in and out and circulating the creation of heaven and earth. The flames in his body curled and changed. Concubine Ming, you have good cultivation. Zhuge opened his mouth. Wu Dankong opened his eyes, and when he saw that it was actually Zhuge, he was furious at first, but then he suppressed it. Mr. Zhuge, you actually barged into the palace and peeked at the concubine Ming Palace. This doesn't seem like something a subject should do. If I capture you, I will cause calming celestial division to lose all face. Capture me? Zhuge smiled. Although I only have one incarnation, even if you are 10 times stronger, you won't be able to do anything to me. Guchench's current cultivation was at Tao Realm Transformation 17, and he could escape from the 4 experts. At the same realm, Zhuge could kill the 4 experts instead. It was just so simple. If Zhuge was at Tao Realm Transformation 17 and faced the 4 experts, then the 4 experts would be the ones fleeing and they wouldn't even be able to escape. It was just so simple. At the same realm, 2 or 3 Fa Wuxian would barely be able to fight against Zhuge. At least 5 or 6 Guchensha would be able to fight against Zhuge. Moreover, Zhuge had obtained some of the memories left by the previous Lord of 7 Stars, Jiang Gongwang. He had already exceeded the realm recorded in the legends. The Lord of 7 Stars had his own destiny, and he also wanted to break free from the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. With Jiang Gongwang's experience and also relying on Heaven Talisman Emperor, Zhuge had a high chance of controlling his own destiny. Wu Dankong knew that this person was speaking the truth. The Lord of 7 Stars was immeasurable, and even if Fa Wuxian came, he would definitely lose. Why did you come today? Concubine Ming, don't be nervous. I know some of your secrets. I came to help you do something big. Zhuge waved his hands and sat down. You will join me? Why don't I believe you? A mocking expression appeared in Wu Dankong's eyes. The Com Celestial Department has already treated you as an important guest and helped you get through this tribulation. If you betray the department, who would believe you? I'm just helping you, Concubine Ming. I am not betraying the department. Zhuge waved his hands. Moreover, the Lord of 7 Stars has always been helping the Son of Heaven. What do you think? Chapter 347. Your Highness, Concubine Ming, you should know what I'm about to say. Zhuge wasn't affected by Wu Dankong's expression in the slightest. He continued calmly. Could it be that your Highness really believes there's anything in the world that can be hidden from the Lord of 7 Stars? It makes sense. The Lord of 7 Stars appeared in ancient times, and Jiang Gongwang assisted many ancient sons of heaven. Since then, he hasn't appeared again. It's only natural that the world doesn't know how powerful he is. I don't want to bicker with you, sir. Sir, please explain your intentions. Wu Dankong calmed down. I have a good fortune to give you. Your Highness, said Zhuge. What good fortune? It's simple. I know that your highness needs large amounts of soul's flesh and blood. As long as you have that, you can obtain something that even saints can't. Zhuge revealed a few secrets. Apart from that, your highness seems to need large amounts of Son of Heaven's aura. In other words, an imperial edict. Go on. Wu Dangkong grew more and more alarmed, but there was nothing he could do. His Majesty is in seclusion, so there's no way to obtain an imperial edict. Zhuge Yi continued. However, there's another dynasty that controls hundreds of millions of people. After many years of accumulation, their Son of Heaven's aura surpasses even that of the Great Yong dynasty. If you can obtain that dynasty's imperial edict, your highness can increase your strength to an extremely powerful level. Zhuge was right. The Great Wei dynasty's national strength truly surpassed the current Great Yonko. First, the divine continent had been in chaos for many years, and the population had plummeted. It wasn't until 21 years ago that the heavenly talisman emperor appeared out of nowhere and gave the people peace and a chance to recuperate. Although the nation's strength had been growing day by day, it hadn't been for long. Second, the Great Wei dynasty's black-yellow dragon emperor had ruled for thousands of years. Not only did he expand his territory, but he also produced many talented people. There were basically no rebellions. The black-yellow dragon emperor was a saint-level expert. With him as emperor, who could possibly rebel? This was different from the great emperor of the divine continent. Because of various factors, demons, immortals, and gods all had their own representatives. It was impossible for a monstrous dynasty to emerge. This was also fate. Thousands of years ago, the martial emperor was the one with the highest chance of success. Unfortunately, he also encountered the devil calamity. The barbarians invaded, and demons wreaked havoc in the world. The celestial Tao hindered him and supported the common people to rebel. In the end, the divine prefecture was turned upside down, and the common people fell into dire straits. On the other hand, the Great Wei dynasty outside of China did not have all these messy matters. Thousands of years of accumulation naturally far exceeded the 21 years of accumulation of Yonko. However, as long as the Yonko dynasty continued to develop steadily, after 100 years, the Yonko dynasty would expand into the wilderness and suppress the immortal Tao, instantly surpassing the Great Might dynasty by countless times. Actually, with the development of the calming immortal agency, over 1,000 second and third-rate immortal sects had submitted to them, and they had paid taxes, causing the country's financial resources to increase by tens of times. Now that the country was rich in resources, a large number of people were born every year, and the luck was increasing day by day. What do you think? Wu Dangkong pondered. She also wanted to improve her strength. Naturally, I have a way to help you obtain some heavenly dragon spirit assembling flags and obtain the Emperor's energy. Zhuge Yi said, that black-yellow dragon emperor is powerful, but his talent is below mine. I can know everything he thinks, but he is a sage, after all. I have not achieved my full potential, so I need your help. It seems like you know everything about me. Wu Dangkong sighed. It's just the heavenly sacrifice talisman. This talisman will definitely descend upon you. This is the Emperor's plan. Zhuge Yi revealed his secret. Your Highness, I advise you not to go against the Emperor and not to stir up chaos in the world. There is no meaning to it. Who knows, sooner or later, the throne of the Emperor will be yours. The Emperor doesn't care much about this position. He has laid the foundation, and as long as the successor is loyal to the people, he can inherit the throne. I don't want to hear so much nonsense. Just tell me, if you help me obtain a large amount of Emperor's energy, what do you need? Wu Dangkong asked. I need to use your heavenly sacrifice talisman to obtain the Emperor's energy and carry out the great festival of the 100 Realms. Zhuge Yi raised this condition. The great festival of the 100 Realms. You need to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao to communicate with the origins of 100 Realms. This will consume a lot of Emperor's energy. Wu Dangkong frowned. It doesn't matter. The Emperor's energy comes from the Great Wei dynasty. It has nothing to do with you. You get your part, and I get mine. We don't interfere with each other, Zhuge Yi said. All right, I know you have mysterious abilities. I'll work with you." Wu Dangkong and Zhuge Ye clapped their hands and swore. "I know the movements of the Great Wei dynasty like the back of my hand." Zhuge Ye and Wu Dangkong left the palace and flew towards the west. If someone at the 9 changes of Dao realm wants to head from the Divine Land to the Great Wei dynasty, they will need to fly for decades. But we don't need to. As he spoke, he slashed with his palm. Instantly, cracks appeared in the air. He and Wudong Kong dove into it, and then the crack disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared on the vast ocean. However, they were not in any of the overseas countries. Far away, a huge continent appeared on the horizon. On the continent, there were cities and ports. Huge fleets sailed on the ocean. People were like ants, and there were even people flying in the air. Those were experts who had cultivated Xiantian energy. The continent was in the midst of construction. So this continent is called the Evil Spirit Continent. Zhuge Ye pointed at the wantonly construction on the mainland. Originally, the mainland was filled with dead spirits. Evil winds blew everywhere, and ghosts roamed about. Since ancient times, it has been deserted. The evil spirit Qi gathered more and more, and some ghostly kings were born. However, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor had his eyes on this mainland and wanted to use it as a springboard to invade the Divine Continent. Therefore, he used his boundless spiritual power to bind the evil spirit Qi on this island underground and turn it into a magical treasure. "How big is this continent?" Wu Dangkong asked. "About half the size of the Divine Land. It's very vast." Zhuge Ye seemed to have everything planned out. In order to control this land of evil spirits, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor digested the evil spirits that had gathered since ancient times and converted them into power. He used one of the 108 mysterious yellow pagodas to suppress the center of the continent and absorb all the evil spirit Qi. He slowly absorbed and converted it, and then used this power to open the teleportation portal, allowing an endless stream of armies and adventurers to come here to build. This continent is indeed a dangerous place. It's shaped like the mouth of an evil spirit. Since ancient times, it has been able to continuously gather the evil spirits in the surrounding ocean, as well as the resentment and evil power of the dead, and bind it to the continent, making it uninhabitable. It has become a land of ghosts. Wu Dangkong had also seen some clues. "We're going to the mysterious yellow pagoda in the center of the continent now." Zhuge Ye revealed his plan, not to mention the many heavenly dragon spirit gathering flags around it. The mysterious yellow pagoda itself is equivalent to the 9 cauldrons. It's a treasure that stabilizes the fate of a nation. It has been nourished for many years, and the Emperor's Qi it contains is extremely shocking. If we go to worship like this, I'm afraid we'll alarm the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor. A sage-level expert will probably kill us. Wu Dangkong still did not trust Zhuge Ye so easily. "I've calculated that the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor will be fighting against the restraints of the unification of the path for a period of time. He won't be able to divert his attention at all. Sage-level experts are not free and unfettered. The longer they cultivate, the more they have to resist the attraction of the heavenly Tao. They have to transform themselves into a part of certain rule. They can't exist forever in the world, unless they surpass the 36 transformations and jump out of the 3 realms." A smile appeared on Zhuge Ye's face. "The ancient martial sages of your Wu family were the same." "I see." Wu Dangkong still could not pry into some of the secrets of gods and sages. She looked at Zhuge Ye and sighed in her heart. "If this person could be used by me, I wouldn't have to worry about not succeeding. If he can't be used by me, I'll just kill him. It's a pity that he can't be killed at all. He's even crazier than F.A. Wuxian. Let's head in." Zhuge Ye and Wu Dangkong hid themselves and flew directly into the center of the land. Indeed, deep in the center, a tall pagoda appeared. This pagoda towered into the clouds. Streams of heaven and earth Qi hung down and seeped into the ground. Countless heavenly dragon spirit gathering flags floated around the pagoda. And deep underground, where the pagoda was suppressing, countless wraiths were wailing. This was the evil spirit Qi that the entire land had accumulated for countless years. If not for the heaven and earth pagoda absorbing and suppressing it, the entire land would have been covered in a gray haze. Evil winds howled angrily, and ghostly shadows were everywhere. Do we act now? There doesn't seem to be an expert here. Wu Dangkong asked. No, there are experts hiding here. There's someone at the 20th transformation of Venerable Tao Realm. Zhuge Ye said, this person is called Gu Piaoling. She's a woman. I don't want to kill her, so we have to wait. I didn't expect you to be so protective of women, Wu Dangkong said. That's not true. This woman doesn't have any evil deeds. Besides, she has some luck that corresponds to the stars in the sky. Zhuge Ye waved his hand. Moreover, the will of the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor is still here. If we act, we'll probably die. If the will of the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor is not here, how can I perform the sacrifice? Take the Heaven and Earth Dragon Spirit Gathering Flags and the Black-Yellow Pagoda? Wu Dangkong asked. That won't be necessary. I have a secret art that can instantly extract all of the Emperor's energy from the Heaven and Earth Dragon Spirit Gathering Flags. When the time comes, the Emperor's energy will be in my hands. I'll give you half of it, and I'll sacrifice the other half. How about that? Zhuge Ye always had a card up his sleeve. You have a secret art like that? Wu Dangkong was shocked. He wanted to kill him. The ancient Lord of Seven Star was originally there to help the Son of Heaven reconcile the energy of the people. This is something unique to me. Even if the ancient Son of Heaven obtained the heavenly sacrifice talisman, the matter of the sacrifice to the heavens and ascension to godhood was still left to the Lord of Seven Star. Zhuge Ye gazed deeply at Wu Dangkong. Put away your petty schemes. If I wanted to fight, you wouldn't be a match for me. I know all of your little secrets. Back then, the Lord of Seven Stars had studied the heavenly sacrificial talisman countless times. He knew even more about it than Emperor Gu. He passed a portion of Jiang Gongwan's memories to me. If you can receive my guidance, you'll be able to quickly grasp this Tao. Also, don't think you're fated. Think about it. The ancient emperor's talent was that he was born a saint. That's how he obtained the decree. But you're an unparalleled genius. You don't have the right to obtain it. Don't you think it's strange? What's the reason? Wu Dangkong suddenly came to his senses. Chapter 348. In the demon domain, Gu Chansha had finally dispersed all the core qi from the Tanzhong acupoint in his chest to all the acupoints and meridians in his body, strengthening and nourishing his body. Without the core qi, he did not feel empty. On the contrary, after his body was nourished by the core qi, his ability to breathe had at least doubled. Originally, wherever he flew, the demonic qi in a radius of several dozen kilometers would almost instantly be sucked into the Black Mahasunday. But now, the demonic qi in a radius of nearly 100 kilometers was instantly sucked away, turning into a vacuum. The demonic qi almost instantly disintegrated into demonic nature, condensing into heavenly demon pagoda and spirit crystals. The demonic qi in the demon domain was very dense, and it was very easy to absorb. The heavenly demon pagoda was condensed from pure demonic nature, used to kill and attack. After being condensed by Gu Chansha, it became more and more powerful. Within the heavenly demon pagoda, there seemed to be faint phantoms of some heavenly demons. Of course, these are just phantoms. They were not even puppets, but a kind of demonic technique. Their only use was to sense a person's essence and fiercely pounce forward, using the heavenly demon disintegration to cause new damage to the enemy. Gu Chansha fled for a day and a night, but his cultivation did not drop. Instead, the heavenly demon pagoda became more and more powerful. When the phantoms of the heavenly demons that pounced out encountered the four great experts, they would begin to disintegrate, often causing the four great experts to be covered in dust. The four great experts slowly formed an encirclement, wanting to force Gu Chansha into some dangerous place. As they chased, a chain of mountains appeared in the distance in the demon domain. The mountains were extremely tall, and there was a green phosphorescence burning on them. They also had a magnetic force that interfered with people's primordial spirits. These tall and majestic mountains stretched for thousands of kilometers. In the center of the mountains, there was a dilapidated and decaying demon palace. It seemed to be a remnant of the ancient war of gods and demons. Buzz, Guchinch's primordial spirit and sea of consciousness shook, as if they were also being interfered with. His speed slowed down. At this time, the four experts took the opportunity to occupy all directions to prevent him from escaping again. Brother Chinsha, this place is one of the most dangerous places in the Devil region. During the ancient Fiend God Great War, a devil who had cultivated to the Saint Devil realm left this place behind. Although that Saint Devil has already died, his remaining will and blood transformed into jade-green flames that never extinguish in this Devil Mountain. Anyone who enters this place, regardless of whether they are humans or devils, will be affected by the jade-green flames. Only those who had cultivated magic power would not be affected by the magnetic field here. Although Brother Chinch's battle prowess is strong, realms are still realms. We are all people who have transformed our primordial divinity, Gale, and flesh into dermic powers. You, on the other hand, have not cultivated dermic powers and do not know the laws. You will be restrained by the demonic will hear. This is the difference in realms. Guhua controlled the situation and spoke with fervor and assurance. You little bastard. You're like a mouse. You've finally fallen into a desperate situation. Xiao Yin was infuriated. Cut the crap. Capture him. His primordial spirit is currently restricted, and his strength has decreased by at least half. It will be much easier to deal with him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Elder Wang Ji revealed a ferocious smile. Die. Jing Fanqing was eager. During the process of chasing Gu Chunsha, he was filled with rage. He reached out with his fingers, and instantly a whirlpool appeared. A gate appeared from his body. This was the Heaven and Earth Gate transformation formed from dermic powers. The servant who fought for the martial song planet was reincarnated. Jing Fanqing activated the Black Heaven-Earth Gate transformation, and with the help of dozens of Wu Clan's experts, they were able to trap F.A. Wuxian. But in the end, F.A. Wuxian fought back and snatched the reincarnated Wu Chu Xing. Unfortunately, no one could stop Chong Wei-Yong from the Universe Gate. It seemed like Jing Fanqing's Heaven and Earth Gate transformation was quite amazing. After all, it was the sect protection technique of the Heaven and Earth Gate. Now, Jing Fanqing had cultivated dermic powers and was able to form the Heaven and Earth Gate. However, he used a portion of his power to form the gate and didn't go all out. This place is really weird. It is actually suppressing my primordial spirit to the point where I can't use it. Even my sea of consciousness isn't sensitive. Gu Chansha sensed the magnetic pole and the demonic power deep within a mountain. It wanted to suck in his primordial spirit and lock it up. This was indeed a dangerous place. As for Jing Fanqing, Guhua, Wang Ji, and Xiao Yin, the four great experts, they had all cultivated magic power and would not be affected by the environment here. It seemed like they had planned it and wanted to force him into despair. How long? The Heaven and Earth Gate transformation pressed down on his head. Gu Qinsha couldn't move at all. Heaven Demon Pagoda, explode. He smashed the Heaven Demon Pagoda that he had gathered over the past few days towards the giant gate. It exploded, and the Heaven Demon disintegration finally stopped the suppression of the gate. Kill. At this moment, Xiao Yin and Wang Ji's sword chi arrived. The two of them moved and emitted a five-colored sword light. It was formed from magic energy and contained the power of the five elements. When the sword light slashed out, it contained rumbling lightning. This was the five elemental divine lightning. Once one cultivated to the 21st transformation, the power of the five elements would gather and change one another. When one attacked, it would turn into the five-element lightning. One lightning would cause the five elements to move at the same time, and they could create and destroy life. When the two of them worked together, their sword energy could even destroy a mountain, turning it to dust. They could also make the mountain full of life and the five elements. When the five elements flowed, it was life. When the five elements were reversed, it was destruction. Now, to deal with Gu Qinsha, naturally, he would use the reversal of the 5 elements. Gu Qinsha activated the astral energy and primordial spirit in his body. He used the 10,000-mile flying cloud technique and wanted to leave this place. His 2 swords slashed through nothing but air. At this moment, Gu Hua lightly slapped out with his palm. He immediately used his dermic power to create a formation that blocked Gu Qinsha's path. He didn't attack. Brother Qinsha, you should be more obedient. Don't struggle or you'll suffer. We're going to refine you now and turn you into a devil. We'll make you lose your nature and cause a storm of blood in the Yonko. Gu Qinsha was forced back by his dermic power. He couldn't advance even half a step and was forced back. This was because his primordial spirit was suppressed and he could only use half of his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced back by a single palm. However, even though he was in a hopeless situation, Gu Qinsha did not panic at all. He seemed to have expected this to happen. He only treated this matter as a tribulation in his life. Cultivating to the gold core was to increase one's lifespan. It could also be considered as going against the heavenly Tao. There must be a tribulation in the unseen world. Common people's wish. At this moment, Gu Qinsha wasn't in a rush. He opened his arms and turned his primordial spirit and Xiantian astral energy into an eggshell. It was like a small common people's wish ball that wrapped around him. He just floated in the air and allowed these people to attack him. He didn't move at all. That day, when he used Xiantian astral energy, he could cover 1,000 miles of land. Within this area, even demons at the 10 changes of Tao realm wouldn't be able to enter. At that time, he was only at the 14 changes of Tao realm. Now, he was at the 17 changes of Tao realm soul, splitting and had comprehended many theories. At this moment, he was dozens of times stronger than before. He used all of his power to create a small sphere of common people's wish. This sphere enveloped him, and the power gathered, giving off a bright light. At the same time, the demonic energy around teleported into the ball to replenish his energy. How long? Jing Fanxing used the heaven and earth transformation once more to try to break the protection of the ball. Unfortunately, the ball only shook for a while and no cracks appeared at all. Elder Wang Ji and Xiao Yin slashed down with their sword energy, but they couldn't harm Gu Qinsha at all. Gu Qinsha comprehended the structure of the common people's wish ball, along with the time power in his body. When he used it, he had an absolute defense that couldn't be broken. Brother Qinsha, you are indeed powerful. I admire you. Even at this point, you are still fighting like a cornered beast. Unfortunately, you're like a tortoise hiding in its shell. At most, you can only last for a short period of time. Gu Hui used his own strength, and instantly, disaster energy locked down the area. Last time, I used the 9 disaster transformation to try to refine Brother Qinsha. In the end, Brother Qinsha actually jumped out of my body and snatched my golden pellet. Today, I want to see whether or not Brother Qinsha has the ability to do that. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Disaster descended. Gu's body had already disappeared, and in its place was a disaster cloud that covered an area of tens of acres. It wrapped Gu Qinsha within and let out a huge roar of wind and fire. Instantly, Gu Qinsha's ball shook violently and many cracks appeared on it. But Gu Qinsha spun and a lot of energy appeared in his body, mending the cracks once more. Let's see how long you can last. Elder Wang Ji let out a menacing voice. He used all his strength to activate his sword energy and thunder to attack relentlessly and whittle down Gu Qinsha's vitality. Jing Fanxing, on the other hand, activated his Black Heaven Earth Gate transformation in an attempt to absorb power from Gu Qinsha. But Gu Qinsha did not move at all. He sat in his common people's wish ball, unbreakable and impervious to all evils. Xiaoyan hoped to see panic on Gu Qinsha's face, but was disappointed. Gu Qinsha's expression was always cold and indifferent. The 4 of them felt a bit of fear and were certain that he had some sort of backup plan. Jing Fanxing, a long night is fraught with trouble. Use your trump card and break this little bastard's chi barrier. At that moment, Wang Ji's voice rang out. That's a trump card, said Elder Wang Ji. It's not convenient to use it right now, just in case he has something up his sleeve. If Zhuge, the Lord of 7 Stars, comes to the rescue, I'll leave this trump card for him. Capture him and destroy him. Chapter 349. Last time, Guo wasn't able to refine Gu Qinsha. Instead, he was sneak-attacked and nearly died. Although it was a blessing in disguise, he comprehended the deepest secrets of disaster and was nurtured by the Xianhuang Dragon Emperor, allowing him to cultivate to his current realm. But his failure at the hands of Gu Qinsha was, after all, a shadow in his heart. If he refined Gu Qinsha this time, then he would have completed his mission and gotten rid of his psychological barrier. His cultivation was the highest out of the 4 of them. Gu Qinsha closed his eyes and constricted once more. This way, it could last a little longer. But that was just it. It was basically impossible for him to fight back and escape. One could say that if nothing went wrong, he would definitely die. But he wouldn't fall into the trap so easily. Naturally, he had a plan and a plan. He was just waiting. Little bastard, stop struggling. Elder Wangji laughed viciously. How long do you think you can last? I've seen through all your little tricks. As he sent out his thoughts, he circulated his magic power and released the 5 elements' great thunder, which shook the heavens. I didn't expect someone at the 17th transformation to be so hard to deal with. Xiaoyan's expression was ugly. With his talent, he's practically a natural-born saint. Even if it's F.A. Wuxian, he wouldn't be able to survive the combined attacks of all of us at the 17th transformation. That was really unbelievable. Logically speaking, an expert who cultivated the golden core of the great Tao could totally suppress someone at the 17th transformation and could even deal with 2 or 3 of them. As for experts at the 19th transformation, even 10 at the 17th transformation would find it hard to deal with them. If one was at the 20th transformation, gather and disperse impermanence, then numbers wouldn't matter at all. As for the 21st and 22nd transformations, they wouldn't stand a chance at all. If news of Gu Qinsha's battle results spread out, it would shock the celestial path. When numerous rainbows appeared in the sky and all sorts of lightning exploded, the energy of disaster was about to turn the entire demon region into nothingness. The 4 experts started to use their final methods to try and refine Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha used his own soul to form the outer shell of the common people's wishball, but there was only a thin layer left. His situation was as dangerous as a pile of eggs, and he would die soon. At this moment, at the most crucial moment, countless cultivation methods suddenly appeared in Gu Qinsha's mind. It was actually the later part of the Sun of Heaven's God sealing art. He had learned sun and moon refining, sun and moon transformation, sun and moon slaughter, sun and moon dragon, sun and moon talisman, sun and moon sacrifice. As for the last 4 styles, sun and moon emptiness, sun and moon deity, and sun and moon lumen, he had yet to learn them. Because at that time, the heaven sacrificial talisman had already flown away. But now, these 3 great cultivation techniques had actually flowed into his sea of consciousness. It was obvious that Wu Dangkong had performed a great sacrifice. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, a tremendous amount of power surged out of his body. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, a wave of pure magic power surged out. That's right, it was magic power. This magic power was not the magic power cultivated by any cultivation method, but a kind of power extracted from the naked heavenly law. It was the king of magic power. This was not a magic power that could be cultivated by humans. Only by offering sacrifices to the heavenly law could one obtain this king of magic power. Even if one used the Son of Heaven investiture art, one could not cultivate this king of magic power. The moment this magic power flowed into Gu Qinsha's sea of consciousness, it began to circulate throughout his body and stored in his acupoints. Then it began to nourish his physical body, breaking down into his own earth energy, primordial spirit, and the power of his flesh and blood. In between breaths, Gu Qinsha was in a trance. He felt like he could see the endless mysteries of hundreds of dimensions. His own primordial spirit seemed to have signed a contract with hundreds of worlds, and they had an inseparable connection. Be it the absorption of energy or the setting up of formations, they were all 100 times stronger than before. This is the Dharmaraja's ritual and the 100 Realms ritual. The so-called Dharmaraja's ritual is when one cultivates to the 20 transformations of the Tao realm. One refines one's own magic power and sacrifices it with the Emperor's Qi, offering it to the heavenly law to obtain the profound meaning of the Dharmaraja. In other words, it is the power of the origin of all laws. When one fuses it into one's body, one's magic power can suppress all other magic power. It is extremely nourishing for one's body, and one's future cultivation will be smooth sailing. Apart from that, the 100 Realms ritual uses one's body to sign a contract with hundreds of huge worlds. Not only will one's soul and primordial spirit be more familiar with the many worlds, one will also be able to absorb 100 times more energy than usual after breathing. In the depths of Gu Chencha's consciousness, he instantly understood that Wu Dangkong had used the heavenly sacrificial talisman to carry out 3 great rituals. The first was the ritual to obtain the cultivation method. The second was the Dharmaraja's ritual, and the third was the 100 Realms ritual. These rituals all required a large amount of Emperor's Qi. Where did she get all this Emperor's Qi? However, he did not have time to think about it. All he knew was that no matter how much Wudong Kong gained, he would also gain the same amount of benefits. The 3 high priests immediately entered his body, especially the Dharmaraja's ritual, which poured the king of Dharmic power directly into his sea of consciousness, and then filled his entire body. The quality of Dharmic power was far higher than that of primordial spirit power, connate stellar power, and even core power, not to mention the power of the king of Dharmic power. According to ancient legends, the Dharmaraja's ritual could immediately transform a cultivator's aura. Not only would it improve the quality of their cultivation method, it would also give them the ability to suppress all magical techniques. In other words, after performing the Dharmaraja's ritual, even if someone else cultivated some sort of supreme magical technique, they would still be suppressed by you. This was how people born with great magic would naturally be countered by people with even greater magic. As for the 100 Realms ritual, it was because Gu Chencha's breathing was connected to the spiritual realm, the immortal realm, and the other dimensions. The immortal Qi and spiritual Qi in them moved almost instantaneously, directly entering his body. In the past, it would take him several days to gather energy, but now he could gather it all in an instant. These rituals were the power of the heavenly Tao. Even sages could not do this for their disciples. After obtaining the power of the 3 rituals, the power of the king of Dharmic power broke down in Gu Chencha's body. In an instant, it gathered at the Tanzhong acupoint on his chest, forming a golden core. It was very difficult to convert low-level powers like primordial spirit power and connate stellar power into core Qi. However, it was very easy to use the king of Dharmic power, a power that only the heavenly Tao possessed, to form a golden core. Dharmic power itself was of a higher level than core Qi. It was much cheaper to convert high-level powers into low-level powers. Gu Chencha first used the power of the king of Dharma power to refine his body, making it extremely sturdy. Then he combined the king of Dharma power with his primordial spirit and innate Gang Qi, instantly forming a golden core in his body. At the same time, enlightenment of the sun-moon void, sun-moon god, sun-moon luminous, and the Tao of sun and moon enabled the son of heaven's god bestowal art. Sun-moon shine together. After the golden core was formed, his fleshly body began to transform. His fleshly body contained the power of space and time, and was also a sun-moon dragon body. You could say that not even sages could have fleshly bodies as strong as his. Sizzle, sizzle. The moment the golden core formed, Gu Chencha circulated the power of the golden core throughout his body. His fleshly body shrank inch by inch, and his power condensed. Unexpectedly, he broke through to the 19th transformation, size manipulation. Ha! Lord of Seven Stars, Jiang Gongwang's scattered core, soul-nourishing magic really is reliable. If I hadn't scattered the incomplete core chi and absorbed it into my acupoints, then I wouldn't have been able to break through to size manipulation. Gu Qinsh's series of transformations had all been part of his plan. He had known that Zhuge Yu would come up with some sort of plan. How could he ever have guessed that Zhuge Yu would actually have Wu Dangkong sacrifice himself? That way, he would be able to gain more power, and at the same time, he would be able to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. If Zhuge Yu had come himself, he would likely have fallen into the trap of some of the old-timers behind the scenes. Even if he had used the life wish sphere, it would have been cut off. But the power of his sacrifice to the heavens was something that no one could cut off, not even sages. With the power of the sacrifice, Gu Qinsha formed his golden core, and his fleshly body shrank. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the 18 great Tao gold core transformations. The four experts were about to completely refine Gu Qinsha, but all of a sudden, they felt Gu Qinsha's power collapse and disappear. No one knew what was going on. At that moment, Gu Qinsha had already turned into a speck of dust. A speck of dust that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. This was the pinnacle of the Tao realm's size manipulation. Whoosh! Gu Qinsha had shrunk into a speck of dust, and his power had been condensed to the extreme. Any formation attack would be torn apart. Not good. Elder Wang Ji was the first to sense the huge killing intent surging towards him. In his eyes, he saw a speck of dust appear in front of him. In an instant, it turned into Gu Qinsha and punched. He was at the 21st Tao realm transformation, and his body had turned into the 5 elements. In a one-on-one fight, even Gu Qinsha at the 17th Tao realm transformation could kill him, let alone Gu Qinsha at the 19th Tao realm transformation. He screamed, and his entire body exploded. Gu Qinsha had destroyed everything with one fist. Gu Qinsha was someone who had refined the skeleton demon emperor at the 21st Tao realm transformation, so he was really familiar with this. Gu Qinsha's fist was domineering and ferocious, and it carried the imposing aura of overturning the world and overturning the will of the heavens. It moved like a dragon and swallowed 100 worlds, drew upon the vast origin energy of 100 worlds, and crushed down from midair. In the instant that Elder Wangji exploded, he grabbed him in his hand and gathered him into a 5-colored Saraira. His magic power and 5 elements vital energy had been refined. Elder Wangji was killed just like that. Be careful. Jing Fanqing retreated. He instinctively sensed danger and was unable to react in time. At that moment, after Gu Qinsha killed Elder Wangji, he turned around and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. He punched too. Xiaoyan's expression was terrifying, and it seemed like he wanted to suppress Gu Qinsha. However, in front of Gu Qinsha's fist, he had no idea how to block it. It was like a mortal facing the power of nature, which could collapse mountains and seas. He was completely powerless and insignificant. Pump. Chapter 350. In just 2 punches, Elder Wang Ji and Xiao Yin, who had reached the 21st transformation, were wiped out. All their energy turned into 5-colored relics. Gu Qinsha grabbed the 2 5-colored relics and stored them in his dantian. He didn't refine them. He wanted to head back to the altar to sacrifice to the common people's wish ball. He had already obtained the power of the Guardian Emperor's high ritual, so he no longer needed any external power to replenish himself. On the other hand, if the life's wish sphere was absorbed by the 2 elemental incarnations, its power would increase by another level. Tao Realm 18 Transformation Great Tao Golden Core was already a celestial, much less 21 Transformation 5 element. Spiritual power could turn normal iron into treasures, far exceeding soul energy and Xiantian earth energy. What the hell happened? At this moment, Jing Fanqing and Gu Hua came back to their senses. They forgot that Elder Wang and Xiao Yin had died. Gu Chench's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Out of the 4 of them, only 2 were left. With this, they had no way to trap Gu Chencha. Gu Chencha still had Law King power in his body, so he wasn't restricted by the magnetic field of this place. He could use all his strength. He actually reached the 19th transformation, raising 2 transformations. How is that possible? This goes against common sense. Jing Fanqing didn't know what to do. How can the power of the heavens be something that you can imagine? Gu Chencha purposely messed things up. I know that Heaven and Earth sect leader and Xianwang Dragon Emperor have plotted many things, but it is all for naught. They can't scheme against the heavens. Saint Heaven and Earth sect, Green Dragon, even the 3 celestial venerables, they are far from the heavens. Since you want to kill me, then you must be prepared to die. Pung. As Gu Chencha spoke, he charged forwards and punched towards Jing Fanqing. The fist suppressed everything, and when it arrived in front of Jing Fanqing, it was the size of a house. This was the strength of the big and small Rui. His physical body was strong, and he smacked down. Jing Fanqing only felt that all his magic power was being restrained. He clearly had many methods, but he just couldn't use them. He seemed to have tasted the bitter fruit of Gu Chench's restriction. This was the power of the Law Emperor in Gu Chench's body restraining him. When someone with the power of the Law Emperor fought with anyone who cultivated magic power, the other party would be like a subject facing an emperor. Their hands and feet would be tied, and they would not be able to use even half of their cultivation. Originally, when Gu Chencha was at Dao Realm Transformation 17, he was confident in killing Jing Fanqing one-on-one. Now, he could kill this person in the blink of an eye. Banish Immortal Talisman. Finally, Jing Fanqing used his trump card. It was actually the Banishing Immortal Talisman refined by the 3 heavenly venerables. Just one talisman could reduce all immortals to mortals. This talisman was forged by the 3 heavenly venerables by imitating the immortal slaying god, slaying flying dagger. If Gu Chencha hadn't faced the Banishing Celestial Talisman, then he might have been killed today. Unfortunately, all of this was within Zhuge Ye's plan. Zhuge Ye had obtained the Banishing Celestial Talisman from Gu Chencha, and within it was the will of the 3 heavenly venerables. The talisman flew out from Jing Fanqing's hand and was about to clash with Gu Chencha's palm. If they clashed, Gu Chencha's cultivation would all collapse. Of course, if he didn't touch it, then he would be fine. Although the Banishing Celestial Talisman was strong, it wasn't invincible. If people who knew about it were careful, then it wouldn't be easy for them to fall for it. Shua. Gu Chencha dodged the talisman and then used the 2 5-colored relics. At that moment, a tunnel appeared in the space and a streak of light landed, sweeping away the Banishing Celestial Talisman. This was the Banishing Celestial Talisman that he had sacrificed to connect to the sphere of people's will. He opened the tunnel and allowed the power of the sphere to descend and snatch away the Banishing Celestial Talisman. That sphere had refined a Banishing Celestial Talisman and even had the will of the 3 heavenly venerables. At this moment, the depths of the sphere of peoples could simulate the aura of the 3 heavenly venerables. Therefore, it easily swept away the Banishing Celestial Talisman. Zhuge Ye had done so many things from start to finish. Naturally, he had calculated everything into his plan. If not for the aura of the 3 heavenly venerables, it wouldn't have been an easy task to sweep away the Banishing Celestial Talisman. Gu Chencha sacrificed the 2 5-colored relics, and the tunnel closed again, disappearing without a trace. He didn't continue to use the power of the sphere of people's will. After all, this was the demon's domain. If he caused too much of a commotion, it would attract the attention of demon god experts. The sphere of peoples will once again obtain the 5-colored relics formed by Elder Wang Ji and Xiao Yan's magic power. In addition to the Banishing Celestial Talisman, it would definitely grow. At the very least, the touch of the ghostly god tree that was transplanted into the sphere would grow faster and become a true heavenly demon tree. This Banishing Celestial Talisman should be your final trump card, right? Gu Chencha appeared in front of Jing Fanqing and Gu Hua again. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he observed the surroundings and locked onto the two of them. He was afraid that the two of them might have some other trump card. He wanted to be absolutely safe. Why did you suddenly increase by 2 realms? Even if you were imparted with the power of a sage, it's impossible to reach such a level. What trump card do you have? Guhua retreated. Are you trying to kill me? Brother Guhua, I let you off last time. Not only are you not grateful, you're even biting the hand that fed you. What a pity. Gu Chen's aura had already locked onto the two of them. The two of them didn't dare to move. Under the influence of his aura, whoever dared to move would suffer a thunderous strike from Gu Chensha. On the contrary, both Jing Fanqing and Guhua hoped that the other would move first and suffer an attack from Gu Chensha. Then, they would take the opportunity to escape. Gu Chensha, you killed Elder Wang Ji and Elder Xiaoyan. You've already become irreconcilable enemies with the Crimson Firmament sect. Jing Fanqing's voice was fierce. These two people's positions in the Crimson Firmament sect are equivalent to the ministers of the upper study in the Yonko. They are the core power holders of the sect. You should know how powerful they are. Just wait for the Crimson Firmament sect's revenge. They won't rest until you're dead. Brother Guhua, this idiot is really too annoying. He's always blabbering. If Brother Guhua can help me get rid of him, seal his vital energy, and give it to me, I'll let Brother Guhua off. How about that? Gu Chensha proposed a solution. Brother Chensha, you underestimate me. Our great prestige dynasty has already formed an alliance with the Black Heaven Earth sect. We're preparing to enter the Divine Continent. This is a grand strategic plan. If I give up on this for the sake of my own life, the Emperor won't let me off. Guhu was still smiling. So, Brother Chensha, don't try to sow discord. Brother Guhua, do you really think you can enter the Divine Continent and defeat the Yonko? I'm afraid the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor has miscalculated. Let's use reality as an example. The Lord of 7 Stars has also chosen her own path. Brother Guhua, as the inheritor of the Star of Calamity's mysteries, are you just going to turn a blind eye? Gu Chensha was still trying to persuade him. He actually didn't want to let Guhua off. He just wanted the two of them to fight and see what trump cards they had up their sleeves. That way, victory would be in the bag. I think you should join the Celestial Calmness Bureau and accomplish great things together. Wouldn't that be great? That won't do. I have a family behind me. Guhua waved his hand dismissively. I have a wife, a son, and a daughter. If I betray them, what will happen to them? If that's the case, then Jing Fanqing, for Wu Dongkong's sake, I'll let you off this time. But you have to capture Guhua. In any case, between the two of you, only one can leave, or both will die. Gu Chensha turned to Jing Fanqing. Gu Chensha, don't try to drive a wedge between us. Brother Guhua and I will live and die together. If you could kill us, we would have done so long ago. But you haven't done so yet because you're afraid we have some powerful trump cards that we haven't used yet. Jing Fanqing wasn't stupid. Although his heart was clouded by hatred, he was still a genius. How could he not know what Gu Chensha was thinking? Since you want to die, then I'll help you. Gu Chensha suddenly punched out. A storm rose up as he attacked Guhua, but he let Jing Fanqing go. 9 Disaster Calamity Transformation, Natural Calamity, and Human Calamity Fist. At this time, Guhua's spiritual power evolved, and all the power in his body gathered in his fist. In an instant, it clashed with Gu Chen's. At that moment, the entire demon region shook uncontrollably. It was like the surrounding mountains were about to be uprooted. When one reached Dao Realm 19 transformation, one would actually have the ability to move mountains. Guhua's fist technique could tear apart mountains and rivers. When he punched out, it was filled with mysteries. It could cause rivers to stop flowing, mountains to shift, and cities to float in the air. When the Natural Calamity and Human Calamity Fist was activated, each fist would bring endless calamities and difficulties to the world. Such an aura was really terrifying. Unfortunately, Gu Chensha was good at the 9 Disaster Calamity transformation. Moreover, he had the power left by the Law King ceremony. Not only could he suppress his opponent's spiritual power, but his body was also strong enough to kill people who were a few realms above him. He grabbed with his palm, and a whirlpool appeared. It absorbed all the power of the natural calamity and human calamity fist into his body as nourishment. Then he waved his hand once more, and pill energy appeared around his body. This was the combination of essence soul power and sentient earth energy. The moment they were combined, the golden pill power that was formed was of really high quality. It charged out of his body and turned into a pure golden country that wrapped around Guhua's body. As the pill flame burned, it started to refine Guhua. Tao Realm 8 Transformation Samadhi True Flame was an internal flame that was activated by earth energy and the body's vital energy. As for Tao Realm 13 Transformation Demon Swallowing Ghost Devouring Technique, it was a pure yang intent flame that was formed in the soul and could refine all kinds of souls. The pill flame was formed from the combination of essence soul and earth energy. After the golden pill was formed, the flames that it gave off were much stronger than before. Guchen Sha had already formed his golden pill. His golden pill had the ability to mend the heavens and change the heavens. At the start, the pill flame was pure gold, and then it turned black and white. Guhu was wrapped within. He tried to use many powerful techniques to escape, but it was useless. At that moment, Jing Fanqing hollered and actually fled. He didn't choose to help Guhua. Chapter 351. Jing Fanqing still had a trump card. If this person joined forces with Guhua, Gu Chansha would have to waste a lot of effort to completely suppress them. But now that the two were separated, it was much easier. After suppressing Guhua, it would not be difficult to kill Jing Fanqing, even if he escaped the demon area, unless he hid in the Black Heaven Earth Gate forever. Guhua was more valuable. At least, he had obtained the Bane of Calamity. After refining this person, Gu Chansha would not be able to absorb the Bane of Calamity because it had completely fused with Guhua's soul. For example, once Zhuge fused the 7-star profound meaning in his body with his primordial spirit, it would be completely stable and could not be taken away. Once he died, the 7-star profound meaning would return to the star itself. Even a sage could not stop it. Gu Qinshan naturally would not kill Guhua. Instead, he wanted to erase his memory and then refine him into an existence on the heavenly demon tree. That way, he would not die, so the Bane of Calamity would not return to the star. With Guhua's talent, he could be absorbed by the heavenly demon tree and become nutrients, which would greatly nourish the people's wish sphere. If he could absorb someone like Guhua, who had the Bane of Calamity, into the heavenly demon tree, it would be equivalent to absorbing at least 10 Wangji in Shaoyan. As for Jing Fanqing, he did not have his own Tao. His cultivation had all been raised by the Black Heaven Earth Gate. There was a big difference. He was not on the same level as Guhua. The change of the sun and moon, the divine Tao becomes one. The sky of the sun and moon, forever shining. The Tao of the sun and moon, I control the universe. Gu Chensha used the last few moves of the sun and moon shine together to practice. Sky of the sun and moon, God of the sun and moon, and bright of the sun and moon. The 4 moves of the Tao of the sun and moon were integrated into the sun and moon shine together. He had finally mastered this technique. With a wave of both his hands, boundless rays of light pierced into Guhua's mana. Instantly, Guhua let out a blood-curdling scream. He could no longer maintain his calm expression. After the sun and moon shine together technique was completed, its power was extremely great, far surpassing the common people heaven mending technique and the common people heaven reforming technique. It was just that this technique wasn't suitable for Gu Chansha to cultivate with his life. It could only be used as support, as resources to continuously perfect the common people heaven mending technique. Gu Chensh's Dan Shi turned into a scene of the sun and moon shining together, patrolling the sky. Gu bathed in the light and gradually lost his will. It was as if he was about to be completely refined. His spirituality was suppressed, and he became a puppet. At this moment, Gu Chansha suddenly felt great danger. He raised his head and saw that in the boundless sky of the devil domain, a crack suddenly appeared, and a dragon claw stretched out. This dragon claw was black and yellow, and contained boundless rage. Gu Chincha's body twisted, and he used the power of the life's wish sphere. Then he disappeared without a trace. This dragon claw could have been the black-yellow dragon emperor's attack. He was definitely not a match for it. He knew that this would happen. Without thinking, he used the power of the life's wish sphere to break through space and escape. Originally, he could not feel the power of the sphere here. But now that his cultivation level had skyrocketed, and more importantly, he had gone through the great festival of the 100 Realms, he could sense many worlds very strongly. It was not difficult to sense the life's wish sphere here. He gave up on killing Gu Hua because he knew that both Jing Fanxing and Gu Hua had been carefully nurtured by Old Antique, who knew how much time and effort had been spent on them. They could not be killed so easily. As expected, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor attacked. The Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor was a sage. He had used up a lot of energy to break through space and break through the devil domain. He had also had to withstand the spying and counterattack of a demon god-level expert, which also consumed some of his yuan qi. Moreover, Gu Qinsha was very agile. He seemed to have escaped when he sensed danger, so he was not hurt. The dragon claw grabbed the air and pulled Gu Hua away. Then the entire devil domain calmed down. At this moment, Gu Chansha had already appeared inside the life's wish sphere. Zhuge opened his eyes and clapped his hands in praise. Your Highness is indeed powerful. You killed Elder Wangji and Elder Xiaoyan. With their spiritual power to feed the touch of the ghostly god, this tree has saved at least 100 years of evolution time. It's a pity that I could not capture Jing Fanxing and Gu Hua. Otherwise, this touch of the ghostly god could have become the heavenly demon tree. The absorption ability of the life's wish sphere has increased by at least 10 times. The great ritual of the 100 Realms is indeed extraordinary. It was Mr. Zhuge's plan that allowed me to kill him. Gu Qinsha had already understood a lot. This time, Mr. Zhuge killed many birds with one stone. He used Wu Dankong to sacrifice to the Great Wei Dynasty's Black-Yellow Pagoda. Not only did he weaken the dynasty's fate, he also ruined the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor's plan. At the same time, he obtained the great ritual of the 100 Realms, which made the connection between the life's wish sphere and the hundreds of worlds closer. The speed of absorption of yuan qi has increased, the speed of evolution has increased, and the grotto heaven has become more stable. Moreover, after devouring a banishing fairy talisman, the touch of the ghostly god will soon evolve into the heavenly demon tree. Lu Baiwe was very happy. Seeing the growth of the life's wish sphere, she felt that the foundation of the calming fairy department was very strong. This time, the best thing to do is to let the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor know that the appearance of the sacrificial talisman will cause him to lose his mind. Actually, his cultivation is about to merge, and it is difficult to suppress it. He has to get rid of this state and break through. Otherwise, he will disappear from the world like many ancient sages, becoming a part of the great Tao. Therefore, he is anxious to get this talisman and wants to decipher its secret. This way, he will go against Wu Dankong, and we will be able to reap the benefits. Zhuge said, this life's wish sphere has become more stable after the great ritual of the 100 Realms. However, this is still not enough. If the sages go all out, they can still break it and kill us all. Mister, next, you're going to deal with the peerless heavenly book, right? Jean Suibua suddenly said, my main body still has to sit in this sphere. Otherwise, I will be targeted by the peerless heavenly book, and it might find a chance to kill me. I betrayed it, and its power is gradually recovering. It will definitely not let me go. The peerless heavenly book's power is a little weak right now. Zhuge said, if we can lock onto it, we can indeed suppress it. However, now is not the time. The most important thing now is to find the treasures left behind by the previous Lord of 7 Stars, Jiang Gongwang, and fuse them into the sphere. Only then will we be able to suppress immortals and even the treasures of the previous Lord of Seven Stars and find out how to break the heavenly talisman. Where's the treasure? Gu Chensha asked. Although I obtained some of Jiang Gongwang's memories and cultivation methods, I do not know where it is. Years ago, Jiang Gongwang divined many things about the future and left behind some methods for me. What he left behind is a coffin called the world-burying coffin. It's a connate spiritual treasure that was born from the primordial chaos tree. Back then, Jiang Gongwang expended a great deal of effort to obtain it in an attempt to escape certain tribulations and prevent his seven-star mysteries from returning to the stars. Sure enough, after he was plotted against by the three celestials, he hid inside the world-burying coffin. Although he died, he never returned and left all of his treasures behind. Zhuge said, "This is what it means to reverse fate." How miraculous! Gu Chensha asked. The world-burying coffin on the primordial chaos tree can actually seal the seven-star mysteries and prevent Jiang Gongwang from returning after his death? What is the relationship between the primordial chaos tree and the Tao of heaven? Or is the will of the primordial chaos tree itself the will of the heavenly axiom? No, the primordial chaos tree itself is not the will of the heavenly axiom, but something that surpasses the existence of the heavenly axiom. However, as the heavenly axiom expands, the primordial chaos tree will inevitably be drawn into it. To use an analogy, the heavenly axiom is the emperor of a huge dynasty, and the primordial chaos tree is the feudal lord of the seas. It constantly condenses various worlds from the tree, and when the worlds break away from it, they will merge into the domain of the heavenly axiom, which is equivalent to offering to the heavenly axiom. However, it still has its own independent jurisdiction. Zhuge said, "We are all people under the command of the heavenly axiom, and the primordial chaos tree is an independent country. It is not bound by the rules of the heavenly axiom, and it has its own rules." I see. Gu Chensha finally understood the analogy, and he had his own ideas about the various anomalies in the world. Even Sage was a subject of the heavenly axiom, and the primordial chaos tree was actually a country independent of the heavenly axiom. No wonder there was such a huge difference between a sage and the primordial chaos tree. "Mr. Zhuge, where's the world-burying coffin?" Liu Baiwei asked. "If we can obtain the coffin and what is left in it, we might be able to push the world's wish sphere to the extreme. By then, I'm afraid even the sages won't be able to do anything to us, right?" Indeed, although the world-burying coffin itself is not as good as the real immortal, slaying, God-punishing gourd, it can form a world in the coffin. That is a connate, chaotic world, and it has many magical uses, such as being able to escape the tribulations of the heavenly axiom. Zhuge said, "Unfortunately, Jiang Gongwang still died, and he pinned all his hopes on me. If I merge the seven-star profound meaning that he left behind in my body, I will have the hope of becoming an existence at the level of the three celestial masters, surpassing the sages. If the coffin is merged into the sphere, it will also have the characteristics of a connate spiritual treasure. By then, suppressing the 72 mystical gates of the immortal path will not be a difficult task. The mystical gate of heaven and earth is also a connate spiritual treasure. It was condensed from the primordial chaos tree. Compared to the world-burying coffin, which is more powerful? Jean Sueboy asked. Chapter 352. Gu Chensha was well aware that the true treasures left behind by the previous Lord of Seven Stars, Jiang Gongwang, were far more important than the heavenly demon tome. Jiang Gongwang had assisted many ancient heavenly sons and could be said to be their teacher. In terms of scheming, he was on par with the three celestials. He was a king among sages, and even the 7 ancient human sages had to concede defeat to him. If anyone else got their hands on this treasure trove, the calming immortal department would be in danger of being destroyed. Although Zhuge Ye was the current Lord of 7 Stars, and Jiang Gongwang had left his treasure trove to him, Jiang Gongwang's actions were heaven-defying. He would definitely be met with countless tribulations. "Where exactly is the world-burying coffin?" asked Gu Qinsha. "It's in a very secretive part of space-time that we can't find. However, I can set up a spell formation and an altar to attract the coffin. After all, I have a deep connection with the coffin. Once it appears, I'll be able to take a portion of its power." Zhuge Ye continued. "However, once the coffin is revealed, countless old-timers hiding in the depths will come. The 3 Celestials might even personally make a move. It's like a storm is brewing, and I'm not completely confident that I'll be able to acquire the coffin and all of its magical treasures." "That's worth a gamble." Gu Qinsha and Lu Baiwei exchanged a glance. They were both thinking the same thing. Back when they had accepted Zhuge Ye, they disregarded success and failure to help him fuse with the 7-star profundities. They had taken a huge risk and even used up a death exemption talisman. Now, they had reaped enormous rewards. If they really could get their hands on Jiang Gongwang's treasure trove, it would be like reaching the heavens in a single step. But now that they heard Zhuge Ye's words, Gu Qinsha, Lu Baiwei, and even Jin Sibo couldn't help but feel that things weren't as simple as they seemed. "There's no rush. I've been planning this all along. This time, with the help of Wu Donkong's Great Festival of the 100 Realms, my cultivation base has improved further. My plan is to set up a real, sacrificial altar in this sphere of the people's wish and summon the world-burying coffin." Zhuge Ye said, "I'll have to rely on your highness and the princess to come up with a plan for all this." "Mr. Zhuge, tell me if you have any ideas," Lu Baiwei said. "I need a lot of materials to set up the altar. It's best if I can gather the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and North Star. That way, there would be a lot more assurance. Actually, the North Star will in the original Heavenly Demon book isn't complete. There should still be his will left in other places, and there should also be treasures left behind by him." Zhuge Ye said, "But now, his will hasn't been completely destroyed in the common people's wish sphere, and there's still a chance that it could be activated. It's the same for Ant Hill. I didn't kill them. I just made them a part of the sphere so that they can't cause any trouble. In the future, if the conditions allow it, I'll make them appear again. There's an ancient azure dragon in the black gate of heaven and earth. Isn't the white tiger egg in the hands of the ancient mystic sand?" Gu Qinsha said, "Oh right, when I was in the demon domain, didn't my second brother come over and use the power of the sphere to raise his cultivation to the 22 transformations of heaven and earth? We've already completed this transaction. In the end, he still took advantage of us. If we hadn't eliminated the hidden dangers for him, he wouldn't have been able to escape the control of the 3 heavenly venerables. Lu Baiwen knew some secrets. However, we secretly extracted some of the white tiger's bloodline from him. From this, we already know that the ancient mystic sand has already extracted the life essence from the white tiger egg and injected it into its body, causing it to be the white tiger, and the white tiger is him. However, this is something that goes against the heavens after all, and there's still a huge drawback. The real white tiger is actually equivalent to a natural-born saint, and it's not inferior to Fa Wuxian at all. Furthermore, he is still an unparalleled genius and not a natural-born saint. He has always wanted to resolve this drawback, to completely merge his bloodline with the white tiger bloodline. According to rumor, the azure dragon bloodline, the white tiger bloodline, the vermilion bird bloodline, the black tortoise bloodline, and the North Star bloodline will merge the 5 great bloodlines into one, bringing great benefits. However, since ancient times, no one has tried it, and no one knows what will happen. Jin Suibo said, "I think that the crown prince wants to obtain the vermilion bird bloodline and the black tortoise bloodline. We obtained the azure dragon divine would previously. However, it only had the aura of the azure dragon, and we could not extract the pure bloodline. As for the North Star bloodline, it only has a will, not a bloodline." Gu Chansha said, "Could it be that Mr. wants to use the 5 great bloodlines to lay an altar?" "That's right. I need to plan thoroughly before I can obtain the world-burying coffin." Zhuge looked at the world within the sphere of the common people's wish. The Azure Dragon bloodline is actually not difficult. Jing Fanqing has it, but to obtain it, we need to plan. As for the North Star bloodline, that is the most difficult. However, I have some confidence that I will personally obtain it. This way, all 5 great bloodlines will be gathered. At that time, I still have one more thing to do. What is it? Gu Qinsha asked. Your Highness, please make a trip to the seabed of Baoyu Nation and come to an agreement with the Divine Prefecture's #1 fiend, Xing Qiong, Zhuge said. I also want to obtain his bloodline and lay a true peerless formation. This, Gu Qinsha frowned. Dealing with this peerless fiend is like asking a tiger for its skin. It's fine. I have some confidence. Moreover, the Divine Prefecture's #1 fiend is still far from being comparable to the Emperor. If my calculations are correct, the Emperor is currently suppressing the heavenly Daos and the gods. He has no time to spare, but we might be able to help the Emperor, Zhuge said. How do we help? Gu Qinsha suddenly asked. That is to release Xing Qiong. This is an absolutely dangerous move. I have many plans. Xing Qiong was captured by Jiang Gongwang in the past. I am very familiar with Xing Qiong's personality. As long as Your Highness follows my plan and negotiates with Xing Qiong, there will definitely not be any problems. However, before that, Your Highness should improve further. Cultivate your magic power before going. That way, if you encounter danger, it will be easier for you to escape. Zhuge spoke calmly. This kind of bearing made people feel that everything was within his calculations. As he spoke, he spread open his hand. Instantly, a silvery white light surged out of the distant touch of the ghost god tree. This light landed in Zhuge's hand and turned into a drop of blood. This is the white tiger bloodline that I refined. It can be merged into Your Highness' body. Zhuge said, Your Royal Highness, you already have the bloodline of the black tortoise, the vermilion bird, and the sun and moon dragon in your body. When you combine them, you will be extremely powerful. However, if you can gather all 5 bloodlines of the sacred beasts, the strength of your body will be unparalleled throughout history. Gu Qinsha merged the white tiger bloodline into his body. He felt a killing intent circulating in the depths of his body. This was the Western gung metal technique. He hatched the Xuanwu and vermilion bird babies, and his bloodline had the characteristics of the vermilion bird and Xuanwu. Water and fire complemented one another. His meridians and acupoints were many times stronger than anyone else's. This was the reason why he was able to crush the 4 experts working together at Dao Realm Transformation 19. This time, Your Highness killed Wang Ji and Xiao Yin, which will probably infuriate the Scarlet Cloud sect. However, it doesn't matter. Although the Scarlet Cloud sect has a rich foundation, they were beaten up by the Emperor and won't dare to act rashly. The headmaster of the Crimson Firmament Profound sect only knows how to plot and scheme in secret and will not openly assassinate anyone. A cold smile appeared on Jean Suebu's face. Even so, the Scarlet Cloud sect actually dared to assassinate Your Highness. It seems like they're tired of living. This sect has to be disbanded. This has already crossed the Imperial Court's bottom line. We have to make an example out of them. Lu Baiwei agreed. Ever since His Majesty went into seclusion, those mystical immortal Dao sects started to get restless. Rumors started to spread, and the mystical immortal Dao sects even agreed to let the great prestige dynasty into the divine continent. This is like letting a wolf into the house. I have my own concerns about this, Zhuge said. Actually, letting the Great Wei dynasty into the divine land isn't a bad thing. Why do you say that, mister? Gu Qinsha hurriedly asked. Your Highness, don't be anxious. Listen to me in detail. Zhuge knew that his words were shocking. Your Highness, what do you think of the people of the Great Wei dynasty? They are humans. They are civilized and have etiquette. They are different from the barbarian tribe and demons. Gu Qinsha seemed to have understood what Zhuge wanted to say. That's right. The Great Wei dynasty actually has many experts, and their many years of accumulation are no small matter. After all, they're different from the barbarian tribe. The barbarian tribe has been corrupted by the evil gods for many years. On the surface, they are humans, but in their bones, they're still wild beasts and demons. The billions of citizens of the Great Wei dynasty are still humans. If our Yonko can take over the Great Wei dynasty, both our population and the fate of the nation will increase by many folds. I dare say that if we take over the Great Wei dynasty, we will push the fate of the nation of Yonko to its peak. Then we will be able to influence the heavenly Tao and even help the emperor. Zhuge said, but the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor's power is probably above that of the Black Heaven-Earth sect leader. Other than that, the entire Great Wei dynasty is filled with experts. Not counting the emperor, our Yonko's power is probably even weaker than the Great Wei dynasty. Lu Baiwe also felt that this idea was too wild. What if the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor could not resist the call of the heavenly Tao and merge with the Tao? Zhuge smiled. Without the suppression of such an expert, we will have more opportunities. Actually, Your Highness and Princess do not need to belittle yourselves. In another 3 to 5 years, what level do you think our power will reach? That's right. Lu Baiyue's eyes sparkled. Right now, our cultivation base is improving very quickly. In time, we might really have the chance to take over the Great Wei dynasty. If the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor merged with the Tao, with the current power of the Celestial Pacification Department, they could secretly support a faction in the Great Wei dynasty. They might really turn the Great Wei dynasty into the Jewel Kingdom and be recruited by the Yonko. Chapter 353. I think that the Crown Prince wants to break free from the Three Sky Venerables and doesn't want to mess up the country. After all, he is the Crown Prince, and the world will be his sooner or later. If the world is in chaos, it won't be good for him. However, Wu Dankong wants to take revenge, so it will be tough. The fourth said, the key is that she has the Heaven Sacrifice Decree, along with Mr. Zhuge helping her steal the Sun of Heaven energy from the Great Wei dynasty in the Evil Spirit continent. Her strength has increased greatly. This is probably one of the reasons why the world is in chaos. Her strength has increased, and she'll be able to fight the Crown Prince to achieve a delicate balance. With our current strength, we'll be able to maintain the balance. That way, we can work together. Moreover, they are fighting with one another, so we have to protect the people's peace. Wu Dankong can't do as she pleases. On the contrary, she has to win the hearts of the people. Fourth Master, don't you think Wu Dankong has been much more restrained and is doing good governance? This matter is not bad. Ever since Imperial Father appointed Second Brother as the Crown Prince, the policies of the Imperial Court have become much more orderly. The construction of various places has also begun to be carried out on a large scale. Wu Dankong's methods are also not bad. If she settles down to govern the country, she will also be a famous minister. Gu Qinsha said, Mr. Zhuge, how should we go to Jing Fanqing to get the Green Dragon bloodline? If I am correct, the Jing family has a drop of Green Dragon bloodline for their top disciples. The Jing family has some luck and will definitely have someone who reincarnated. Zhuge said, so, King, please make a trip to the Jing family. This aristocratic family is really ambitious. The Jing family is a second-rate aristocratic family, but they have accumulated a lot. Now that Jing Fanqing has cultivated to Dao Realm 22, it will be really easy for him to raise the family status. Gu Qinsha said, however, he tried to assassinate me, so he can't be punished. He has already shown that he wants to go against the court. It is not bad to weaken this aristocratic family. Unfortunately, Father is in secluded meditation. For the sake of stability, we can only bear with it. Otherwise, we can uproot the Jing family. The Jing family has a strong foundation. The top expert isn't Jing Fanqing. Even if he has cultivated Phenomenon 22, he still can't compare to the current family head, Jing Qiu. If it wasn't for him, how could Wu Clan's Wu Dankong be engaged to Jing Fanqing all those years ago? Zhuge seemed to know everything. Jing Qiu hasn't made a move in recent years. I don't know how strong he is. This person is hiding in the Jing family and training disciples. He is very low-key. However, not only have the Jing family produced many talents in recent years, they have also contacted many top-tier families. The Jingwu Chamber of Commerce has many families investing in it. In fact, it has something to do with Jing Qiu's operations behind the scenes. This person's strength should be that he has cultivated the undying body. Zhuge Yi said, I've been paying attention to this person since long before I joined the Communist Celestial Division. Your Highness, when you go there this time, you can spy on this person's background. I feel that this person is much more dangerous than Jing Fanxing and Wu Dankong. There must be a reason why Mr. Zhuge is paying so much attention to him. Gu Chansha started to pay attention. Dao Realm 23 transformation is to see the past, and 24 transformation is to see the future. With these two abilities, reaching 25 transformation is the undying body. If Jing Qiu cultivates the undying body, it will be tough to deal with him. I'm definitely not his match. Dao Realm 22 transformation was phenomenon of heaven and earth. At this time, one could use one's power to form all things in the world. This was the peak of cultivation. When one reached 23 transformation, past reflection, one would be able to use one's own power to peer into the past. This realm wasn't simple. One would be able to use one's own power to break through the seal of time and space. One would be able to sense the past on a deeper level. Dao Realm 23 transformation, past reflection, was to use one's own power to peer into the past. This realm wasn't simple. One would be able to use one's own power to break through the seal of time and space. One would be able to sense the past on a deeper level. If Jing Fanxing and Gu Hua's cultivation was 23 transformation, then Gu Chansha might not be able to do anything to them. It seemed like one realm, but it represented a huge difference in the usage of one's own power. As for 24 transformation, future reflection, that was even more unbelievable. The past had already happened and couldn't be changed. This was why it was easier to use power to see the past. Things in the future hadn't happened yet, and there were many possibilities. Maybe you could see a change in the future, but because of that, the future wouldn't be that change anymore. All of these things were really messy. If one reached such a realm, the usage of one's power would be so deep that if Gu Chansha faced one, he wouldn't even be able to escape. After the 23rd transformation was past reflection, and the 24th transformation was future glimpse, the 25th transformation was undying body. The name immortal body certainly represented the strength of the Dharmakaya, but it was more of a method to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Think about it. If you could see the past, peep into the future, understand the changes in the world, and understand all kinds of tribulations, then you could naturally avoid all kinds of schemes and disasters, making it very difficult for you to die. This was the true meaning of immortal body. Dao Realm reached 20 transformation, gather and disperse impermanence. After one cultivated power, each realm represented one's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. It was totally different from the previous ones. Gu Chansha hadn't cultivated power yet, so he couldn't fight against the strength of the undying body. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to kill a 14 transformation expert like he did when he was at 6 transformation. Crossing 7 to 8 realms to kill was something that wouldn't happen in the future. Dao Realm 20 transformation meant that one was an old person, and any old person would have a way to protect their life. Gu Chansha was now at the 19 transformation, size manipulation. His Jin Dan was so powerful that even gods would be shocked. His body was even more powerful. Not only did he have the power of time and space, but he also had all kinds of bloodlines that combined together to form his own unique bloodline. He had obtained the Vermilion Bird bloodline, Xuanwu bloodline, and White Tiger bloodline. As long as he got the Green Dragon bloodline, he would be able to push his bloodline to the extreme. Finally, if he obtained the North Star bloodline, then when he activated the 5-element bloodline, he would be able to obtain even more benefits. Apart from that, he also had the 5 Seasons God bloodline. These bloodlines were really strong, and he used the Hongmeng's Saint Body method to refine them, causing his body and bloodline to become one. This meant that Gu Chansha was just a step away from reaching Tao Realm 20 transformation, gather and disperse impermanence, and he would be able to cultivate spiritual power. He obtained the Guardian King ritual, and his body had the King of spiritual power. Once he cultivated impermanence and cultivated power, his combat strength would be far from what it was now. Even though Gu Chincha's physical body could expand or shrink, it was still a physical body after all. His body was made of flesh and blood. Essentially, there was no change. Mana was mana. No matter how weak the mana was, it was still stronger than the strongest physical body. However, Gu Chincha's realm was rising really quickly. He didn't rely on his own strength to cultivate Great Path Golden Core and 19 Transformation Impermanence. He purely relied on the Heaven Tao sacrifice. Originally, he was comprehending in the demon region because he wanted to raise his soul power to the point where he could multitask before advancing to Great Path Golden Core. That way, his talent wouldn't be much different from Saint. But after facing the 4 experts and Zhuge Ye's trap, it caused him to raise 2 realms. This caused him to be a little unstable, and he needed to build a good foundation to break through once more. This was why he wasn't prepared to try for Tao Realm 20 transformation. Instead, he wanted to familiarize himself with his golden core and body first. Golden core was key, and spiritual power was even more so. He couldn't be careless at all. The further he cultivated, the harder it was to move forward. Each realm had its own unique understanding, and the slightest mistake would result in death. This was different from the previous stages. Cultivation was like playing with gunpowder. At the start, it was just making small firecrackers. That wasn't dangerous, but towards the end, the energy accumulated was so huge that it could destroy mountains and rivers. For example, a casual wave of Gu Chincha's hand could turn a mountain into dust. Such a huge amount of power was controlled by his small body. If he lost control, the consequences would be unthinkable. The more power he controlled, the more he couldn't be greedy and act recklessly. Otherwise, he would suffer a backlash. Gu Chincha was very clear on this point. It is precisely because Jing Qiu has cultivated an undying body that his prestige within the various large families is extremely high. This is because he is actually not very old, only over 100 years old. However, the lifespan of an undying body is at least over 2,000 years. This is why this person is so powerful. Roughly 50 years ago, he cultivated the undying body. After the emperor appeared, he went into hiding and didn't do anything. Zhuge Ye said, so this person is really good at the secrets of the heavens. He isn't simple. Tao Realm 25 Transformation Undying Body. This was basically the realm of the core experts of many families. For example, 1,000-year-old aristocratic families like the Lei family might not even have reached such a realm. If one cultivated to such a realm, one would definitely be able to revitalize the family. This was because one could see the past and the future. One would be able to see through everything, and not only would one be able to be fair and just, one would also be able to use divination abilities to fight for the greatest benefits for the family. Tao Realm 22 Transformation Heaven and Earth didn't have such an ability. Gu Qinsha obtained many details about the Jing family from Zhuge Ye, and he slowly understood what had happened. His body moved, and he exited the common people's wish ball to head towards Jing province. There were many things to do next. After getting the Green Dragon bloodline, he had to find out where another Xing Chun reincarnated was. Zhuge Ye predicted some things, and that was that a Xing Chun reincarnated would appear in the Jing family. Chapter 354. The Jing province was extremely rich and had not encountered war for more than 100 years. Before the Yong dynasty unified the world, this Jing province was called the Jing country and established a country. A few decades ago, the land was divided with hundreds of countries fighting each other and the people living in poverty. The heavenly talisman emperor appeared and conquered hundreds of countries. However, the state of Jing was the first to submit to Yonko and did not have to go through the bitter battles. The Jing clan was the royal family at that time, and because they were the first to submit to Yonko, they received many benefits. All of this was caused by Jing Xiao. Looking at Jing province's 100 years of development, it could be said that those who were good at fighting had no illustrious achievements. The moment Gu Chansha arrived at Jing province, he noticed that the people here were studying, practicing martial arts, researching, and creating new things. Everyone was in full swing. Even in the fields, there were machines produced by the Celestial Designer Institution plowing, planting, and harvesting. Looking at the whole Jingzhou from the sky, Gu Dusha found that the mountains, water, and fields were in good order, unlike other provinces where the fields were scattered in the hills and mountains, which was not conducive to large-scale farming. This was obviously a place that had been slowly developed by someone with great power. Over the years, some of the mountains were leveled, and some of the rivers were opened up to build cities and roads. Jing province's scenery was picturesque, and walking here was like walking in the idyllic countryside. When there was a main road, it was a wide stone and mud road, wide enough for 10 carriages to travel side by side. In some smaller areas, there were small bridges and flowing streams everywhere, winding and winding. Houses were built on the sides, and women were washing clothes in the stream, talking and laughing freely, without any negative emotions. Jing province's luck is peaceful, and simple. It's really amazing. As Gu Chansha observed, he thought to himself, I've looked up Jing province's official examinations, and its taxes have always been in the top 10. Its public security is the best, and there are basically no robberies, murders, or disputes. No one closes their doors at night, and no one picks up their belongings. I thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems like it's even worse. Jingzhou was indeed well governed. The current governor of Jingzhou was called Han Wuqin. He was not a member of the Jing family, but he had gotten along well with the Jing family over the years. Without the help of the Jing family, Jingzhou could not have been governed so well. Gu Chansha casually disguised himself as a traveling scholar, but he changed his identity. He was no longer Qinggong, but Lu Han. He planted the heavenly demon tree so that the demon race did not dare to come. Although the heavenly demon tree had been transplanted into the life's wish sphere, the demon race could come out again. However, they were already scared out of their wits. Moreover, the life's wish sphere had already been refined, so it could break through space and time and teleport at any time. Moreover, Lu Yu and the others were fighting near the altar in the demon domain underground, so they could kill many demon race. The bloodline of the god of 5 seasons in these 5 people's bodies was gradually awakened, so their cultivation would become higher and higher. With the support of the life's wish sphere, there should not be any danger, and they could even improve greatly. The Jingzhou branch of the Jingzhou branch of the Jingzhou branch was located on the same street as the Jingzhou governor's office. The entire branch occupied 1,000 acres of land and had 13 floors. It was majestic and imposing, and it was practically the tallest building in Jingzhou. The Department of Tranquil Immortals truly had this kind of boldness. As the official Chamber of Commerce, the Tranquil Fairy Department was gradually catching up with the Heaven Palace sect. Gu Chansha believed that Zhuge would do better step by step. The Heavenly Craftsman Institute was overseen by the Ghost Axe and the Heaven Craftsman Institute. The 2 old antiques, who were equivalent to the realm of gods, were not as qualified as Zhuge. Gu Chansha walked into the shop of his merchant association, and there were 2 manservants standing at the door. Their eyes were bright and full of expression, and they were neither servile nor overbearing. When they saw Gu Chansha enter, they immediately went up and said, "This scholar, what do you want to buy?" The main hall of the Chamber of Commerce was also filled with a dazzling array of treasures. Thousands of medicinal pills were placed in large glass cabinets, all of them labeled with various medicinal properties, usage methods, and taboos. It was extremely detailed. In addition, there were sabers, swords, bows, crossbows, fire talisman spears, jade stones, and talismans. Many people were watching in the main hall. There were Jianghu heroes, people from the martial arts world, and rich and powerful families. But most of them were scholars like Gu Qinsha. Yanko was a popular place to study. Ever since the great emperor of the Heavenly Talisman used the state's finances to establish educational institutions everywhere and made it mandatory for children to study and practice martial arts, the culture of civil and military affairs in the world had flourished tenfold. The imperial examination had also gradually begun to reform. Not only had the number of places been greatly increased, but many restrictions had also been relaxed. In this way, the number of scholars in the world had also increased. However, the privileges of scholars have been greatly reduced in the first year of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's reign, and they still had to pay taxes. However, scholars were officials, so they had some privileges that hadn't changed. Generous gifts, false wealth. This was the policy of the imperial court towards scholars. I want this set of Star Soldier armor. You can calculate the bill. A rich and imposing scholar with a beautiful woman pointed at a set of armor and asked the staff of the Chamber of Commerce of the Tranquil Fairy Department to take it out for him. When this set of armor was folded, it was as thin as a ball of light muslin. It had soft starlight, but when it was unfolded, it would immediately wrap around the entire body. It was like the horned flood dragon armor, impervious to water and fire, and impenetrable by blades and swords. Moreover, it had the strength of 4 bulls. This Star Soldier armor was forged by the Tranquil Fairy Department. They used the essence of 5 metals and jade stones to draw upon the power of the stars. After drawing runes, it was brewed in the Buzhou Palace. The Star Soldier armor had the same function as the Horned Flood Dragon armor. However, its style was better looking and more sturdy. Other than that, there were also Star General armor, Star Martial armor, Star King armor, Star Sovereign armor, Star Emperor armor, and Star Divinity armor. However, the Tranquil Fairy Department didn't forge the Star Divinity armor for the later Star Emperor armor. Once this armor appeared, its sales were huge, and it immediately surpassed the Tranquil Fairy Department's. I want that Star Soldier sword and the light body talisman. At this moment, there were scholars buying it wantonly. The Star Soldier sword was also able to cut through metal like mud. It had the power to break through devils, and it could even drive ghosts and slay demons. If there were people who had cultivated to the Tao realm, they could absorb spiritual chi and pour it into the sword, and they could even fly out to kill their enemies before flying back. This was already close to the profoundness of a flying sword. And the light body talisman was a talisman. After it was shot out, it would transform into a stream of air that revolved around the body, greatly reducing the weight of the body. Ordinary people would be able to immediately leap onto walls and walk on snow without leaving a trace. However, the effect would only last for tens of breaths. Of course, regardless of whether it was the Star Soldier armor or the Star Soldier sword, they were both extremely expensive. The light body talisman was a consumable item, so its price was slightly cheaper. However, it still wasn't something that ordinary people or even country lords could afford. Other than these pieces of equipment, the best-selling item was naturally the pills. Give me 3 minor star restorative pills. Some people who were dressed like country gentlemen and landlords were carefully calculating the number of pills they needed to buy. The minor star return pill was also refined by the calm, celestial department. It was made by gathering all sorts of herbs from the wilderness and using the power of the stars to refine it in the common people's wish sphere. This was also the ability of the Buzhou Palace. This pill could clear up one's meridians, strengthen one's physical body, solidify one's foundation, and refine one's bones. As long as one consumed one every 7 days and cultivated hard, within 3 years, one would definitely become a martial arts grandmaster. Apart from that, there was also the Great Star Return Pill. This pill was really precious. One could raise one's talent to above average. With such talent, one would have a chance to step into the Tao realm. Gu Chansha cultivated the dragon gate and could refine the dragon-nurturing energy to turn one into a genius. Now that the dragon gate had become a part of the common people's wish sphere, it was even more mysterious. The dragon-nurturing energy that was produced was slightly diluted and turned into the Great Star Return pill, raising one's talent to above average. It didn't take much energy at all. However, this pill was different from the Tiger Wolf pill. The Tiger Wolf pill directly raised one's talent. Not only would it change one's personality, but it would also immediately give one the strength of a tiger wolf. The Great Star Return pill, on the other hand, could only improve one's talent. One still needed to work hard to obtain strength. The Star Soldier Armor, Star Soldier Sword, and Minor Star Return pill were the main products of the Calm Celestial Department. They were already very popular both at home and abroad. Gu Chensha walked one round in the hall before heading upstairs. The things sold upstairs were even more precious. There were even experienced memory talismans of cultivators. Chapter 355. The third floor was where puppets and mechanisms were sold. The Lord of Seven Stars was the ancestor of mechanisms. The previous Lord of Seven Stars, Jiang Gongwang, didn't even need to use any magic. He had used his hands to create wooden birds that could fly around a house for 3 days and 3 nights. Apart from that, he had also created wooden oxen and horses that were no different from real oxen and horses. This was the pinnacle of mechanisms. The Celestial Designer Institute specialized in mechanisms, and Emperor Heavenly Talisman placed a lot of importance on them. Before he unified the world, he had recruited craftsmen and trained them. After the Calming Immortal Agency was established, Gu Chansha and the others also placed a lot of importance on mechanisms. They brought in a large number of talents and learned new techniques. That was especially so after Zhuge entered the agency. In time, they would definitely surpass the Celestial Designer Institute. The fourth floor was where important business was discussed, and only important clients could enter. The fifth floor was for auctions. Gu Qinsha walked around the Jingzhou Trading Company and was very satisfied. Business was booming, and there were plenty of goods. Every day, there was a steady stream of income. Thinking about how there were such trading companies all over the country, and how they worked every day, Gu Chansha felt that what he was doing was very meaningful. After the Calming Immortal Agency forged the common people's wish sphere, they had a small world. Whether it was manufacturing or planting, it was much more convenient than outside. They could control the weather of the 4 seasons and extract energy from the various dimensions to create treasures. Compared to before, it was a completely different story. After walking around the upper floors, he once again returned to the main hall to observe. This was because sometimes Jing family disciples would appear in the main hall. Not far away was the Jing family residence. This was the Jing family head's residence. The Jing family had many branches in Jing province, and they had many manors, merchant companies, manors, farms, and even mountains. However, every year, the branches would come to the Jing family head's residence for a meeting. This was the absolute center of the Jing family. Jingqiu was also there. An expert at the 25th transformation of the Dao realm with an undying body was enough to raise the family to the top level. This was especially so for Jingqiu. He was only 100 years old, so he still had 2,000 to 3,000 years left to live. Actually, the old antiques of the sage clans were also at this level of cultivation. However, the sage clans had the sect guarding treasures left behind by the sages, which were on the same level as the common people's wish sphere. The legalism, Fan, Hung, and Lei clans all had treasures that could not compare to the life's wish sphere. However, they also had the ability to tear through space. This was something that the Jing clan could not compare to. Treasures of that level were the Real Foundation. Looking at the tranquil immortal department, after the common people's wish sphere condensed, many of the sage clans became extremely fearful. They no longer dared to play any tricks in the dark. Even Gu Tanjian became a lot more well-behaved. The cornerstone treasures of the sage family clans were inferior to the Sky Fae book. One had to know that even the number one family clan, the Dharma Saint, had left behind a treasure that was refined by him alone. As for the Skyfae book, it was written by many sages of the primordial world. Jing Xing, Jing Ji, you two brothers came out to buy some goods. The Jing family brought a bunch of people into the tranquil, immortal department branch. The ones at the lead were two brothers who gave off a really calm aura. With just a glance, Gu Chensha knew that the two brothers were at the third transformation of the Tao realm, copper skin, iron bones, and they were only a step away from breaking through to the fourth transformation, gold devouring stone. They were one inside and out, impervious to all poisons and impervious to fire and water. This cultivation could be said to be an expert among experts. Thinking back to the past, when Gu Chensha debuted, he faced four evil sect experts: Black Bat, Yin Yang Scholar, Poisonous Dragon, and Blood Soul sect leader. These people were all famous evil cultivators who had roamed the world for 50 to 60 years. Their cultivation was only at the second transformation of Tao realm, 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Based on his senses, the two of them were just over 20 years old. What was even more shocking was that the two of them were actually geniuses. That was amazing. If nothing went wrong, the two of them would be able to cultivate to the 18th transformation of the Tao realm golden core and become celestials. They would be able to revive their family and maintain their prosperity for 1,000 years. The Jing family disciples following behind the two brothers were also full of vigor. They had the backs of a tiger and the waist of a bear. They exuded a dignified aura, even without being angry. All of them were at the 4th level of the mortal realm, and all of them had average or slightly above average aptitude. It was as if they had all consumed tiger wolf pills. Have you prepared all the things that our Jing family wants? Jing Xing and Jing Ji were received by the people from the Tranquil Immortal Department Merchant Association. Gu Qinsha heard their conversation clearly. They were huge customers, so naturally, they had to talk to them alone. Everything is prepared, but did you bring all the money? The person in charge of the Merchant Association was someone at the first transformation of Tao Realm. He was someone that Jean Suebo recruited from 2nd and 3rd-rate celestial sections. He was really smart. How would we dare to delay doing business with your Tranquil Immortal Department? Also, we have a batch of goods. Does your Tranquil Immortal Department want them? What goods? A batch of green dragon grass. Take a look at this first. On the 4th floor, after the Jing family people sat down, Jing Xing and Jing Ji took out a stalk of grass. This grass was 7 inches tall and looked like green jade. Its leaves were like dragon scales, and it gave off a sense of majesty. It was like the emperor of the plants. It is actually green dragon grass. This purchase is too huge, so I have to report it to the higher-ups. The person in charge didn't dare to make the decision on his own. Although Gu Chansha was on the 1st floor, he knew what was going on the 4th floor. The Jing family is actually selling green dragon grass to our Tranquil Immortal Department. Although it isn't as good as green dragon godwood, it still grows around the green dragon nest. The green dragon is a Xiantian with Saint Beast and is really good at nourishing plants. Using green dragon grass to refine pills not only increases the success rate, but it can also increase the medicinal properties by several times. Such a good thing should be left for Tranquil Immortal Department. Why would they sell it to us? Gu Qinsha was confused. If the Jing family had green dragon grass, then they definitely had the Azure Dragon bloodline. Zhuge told me to come to Jing Prefecture City and search for the Azure Dragon bloodline in the Jing family. At the same time, I have to wait and snatch the star profundity that is about to appear or bring away the person who reincarnated. Should I wait here or sneak into the Jing family? With my current cultivation, I can resize as I wish. I can turn into dust and sneak in, and no one will discover me. However, Jing Qiu is overseeing the place. I will definitely be discovered. Gu Qinsha wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could hide from someone with an undying body. Of course, he could do that with the help of the common people's wish sphere. However, sneaking around was not the right way to go. In that case, should I pay a visit openly? Xiao Chun pondered again. I want to see what kind of person that Jing Qiu is. Jing Fanqing tried to assassinate me, which is already considered a rebellion. If I get the Jing family to hand over the person, I will have the status. Let's see how the Jing family will account for this matter. The Jing family was very low-key. This could be seen from the arrangements of the family head, Jing Qiu. They focused on accumulating strength in secret, not revealing their true strength. Unfortunately, they had Jing Fanqing. Of course, the first reason was because Wu Dangkong had entered the palace. Jing Fanqing was filled with hatred and caused all sorts of trouble. Jing Fanqing's cultivation should be the second strongest in the Jing family. He has the Black Heaven Earth sect behind him. I'm afraid that even Jing Qiu can't control him. I wonder what kind of agreement the Jing family and the Black Heaven Earth sect have come to. Gu Qinsha left his calming Immortal Merchant Association and went to the governor's manor. This time, he didn't pay a visit. Instead, he used a spell and silently went to the depths of the governor's manor. This was the place where the governor usually cultivated and rested. It was a small garden about 2 or 3 acres wide. There was a small formation set up in the garden. The fake mountain was carved from jade, and there was a pond under the mountain. The water was dark green and cold. This formation was called the Frost Jade Dragon Raising Formation. In the eye of the formation sat a middle-aged man with a long beard. He wore casual clothes and was circulating the technique in his body. It was Jing Prefecture Governor Han Wuqin. Han Wuqin wasn't a disciple of an aristocratic family. He was born into a poor family and had passed the imperial examinations to become a governor. He had some skills. Gu Qinsha took a look and saw that this person's cultivation was actually at the 5th transformation of the Dao realm, 100 apertures. He was about to break through to the most important 6th transformation, Qi refining into energy. Who is it? Hearing the commotion, Governor Han Wuqin opened his eyes. How bold! You actually dare to barge into the governor's manor. Do you really think there's no law in the world? Then, he saw Gu Qinsha clearly. His body shook, and he quickly knelt down on one knee. I didn't know that your highness was here. Please forgive me. Gu Qinsha had already revealed his true appearance. He didn't disguise himself. He was now the person who held the highest power in the court. All the officials naturally had his portrait and could recognize him, much less the governor-level officials. Gu Qinsha suddenly pointed with his finger. At that moment, a pure and gentle power entered Han Wuqin's body. Instantly, the hundreds of apertures in his body shook, and his internal energy circulated thousands of times in his meridians. His vital energy and the gathered spiritual energy merged together to form energy. Pula! An energy sword appeared in Han Wuqin's hand and stabbed into the ground, creating a deep hole. Your Highness is really powerful to help me break through to the 6th transformation. Han Wuqin was delighted and thanked him once again. Why did your Highness come to Jing Prefecture? Of course, I came for the Jing family. Gu Qinsha let Han Wuqin sit down. A while ago, I suppressed the demon region, but Jing Fanqing worked together with Celestial Path's Wang Ji, Xiaoyan, and Great Wei Dynasty's Gu Hua to assassinate me. I defeated them and escaped. Jing Fanqing broke the country's laws and couldn't be punished. I came here to ask Jing family for him, and also to investigate whether or not Jing family participated in the rebellion. If they did, naturally, they would be wiped out. You are Jing Prefecture's governor, so you have to pay attention to the people and the local unrest. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.